And what a beautiful championship Sunday this is as we welcome you live to the Pumpkin Ridge Golf Club just outside of Portland, Oregon. Dan Hicks here with you as we get set for 18-hole coverage of the greatest championship in women's golf. The final pairing in this 58th U.S. Women's Open about to be introduced at the first tee.
This is the 12 o'clock starting time. Please welcome from Saginaw, Texas, Angela Stanford.
Angela Stanford trails by one headed into this final round. A huge surprise, this final pairing, and although this 25-year-old did get her very first LPGA win last week in Atlantic City, she comes into this championship having missed the cut in all three of her previous U.S. Women's Opens.
Well, she hung in there well yesterday. That's a big tee shot for her nerves. Good tempo.
Start heading toward the left side of the fairway, Johnny.
Yep. Just, oh, it comes out of that primary cut right on the very edge, teed up.
From Edina, Minnesota, Hillary Luntke.
The third round leader by one. An even bigger surprise, 24-year-old Hillary Luntke, second-year player, 133rd of the money list in a rookie year last year. Best finish in her short career, a tie for 15th, but a very straight and accurate hitter, and that's what's got her into this position in the final pairing of this major championship.
Also headed down the left side, but left center.
It's a nice little slice bounce and is in perfect position.
As expected, Luntke accurate as ever in the final round of this 58th United States Women's Open Championship.
The United States Women's Open Golf Championship at the Forest Lake Country Club.
When I won the first United States Women's Open Championship, I was very, very thrilled.
One of the most inspiring comebacks in all sports history.
Major championships were always something that you wanted to win. My 4 U.S. Open wins are my favorite victories.
To win the U.S. Open, there's nothing like it. It's a big rush.
It's probably a moment in time that I'll remember the rest of my life.
This is my favorite tournament. I love playing the U.S. Open.
Winning the U.S. Open has been a dream of mine for a very long time, and I can't even put it into words.
And for those who have won it, that exhilaration never changes. Because before you lift the greatest trophy in women's golf, you've reached the deepest you ever have into your golfing soul to get it. And once you've won it, you won it again. Just ask world number 1 Annika Sorenstam on the cusp of her 3rd title, but her first in 7 years since her back-to-back wins in the mid-90s. Her career is now built around days like today, in position for another major move. On an unlikely trio of contenders, a 17-year-old amateur, and one of the most unlikely final pairings in the history of this championship. But their grit and poise has earned them the chance to take their own place and add their name to the legendary list of U.S. Women's Open champions. NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present a national championship. Today, final round coverage of the 58th United States Women's Open. And it is another gorgeous day in the Pacific Northwest on one of the more spectacular layouts you will find anywhere. The Witch Hollow course at Pumpkin Ridge Golf Club. A stunning contrast of vibrant colors. The native grasses mixing in with the bright green fairways and weaving their way through the towering trees of the Oregon forest. A breathtaking setting to decide the most prestigious title in all of women's golf. And another unlikely name has emerged in this championship. 23-year-old Jeon Jang of Korea began tied for third, 3 back, a birdie at the opening hole, and Jang moves to 3 under, just 2 back of Lunke, who's just underway with Angela Stanford in that final pair. Annika Sorenstam has parred her first hole and remains 3 back, along with Vari Mackay, who was the first and second round leader of this championship. Mackay and Song at 2 under, just getting underway. Julie Inkster, the defending champion, begins the day 6 behind as we take you out live to the second, the par 3, 175-yard hole. Annika Sorenstam. Roger Maltby is with this group. Raj?
Playing downhill slightly and with the wind slightly. This is 7-iron, lands right near the front edge of the green and hits very softly. I think she was expecting more of a bounce.
Back to the first. Second shot for Hillary Lunke. Jane Crafter is with this final pairing.
Well, after a good solid drive down the left side, Hillary has 147.
Got a nice back left hole location. I don't know if you can see it, but right there, and accepts a nice high draw. Quite conservative, but not too bad.
Well, Stanford playing earlier to this par 4 first green. This is her shot just on the edge of that rough.
She had a tough angle. Ball's sitting up pretty good, and she did just what she should have done, is to keep it out to the right and probably ricochet off that edge. And what a heck of a shot that is.
I tell you, this unlikely duo in this position of this championship continues to perform, and look where that one ends up.
That was terrific.
Ahead of the fourth, Gary Koch with a call out there.
531-yard par 5. Julie Inkster hit the green in 2. Nice 2-putt birdie. That moves her to even par. Remember last year it was that final round 66 that she shot to win the championship.
Lunke and Stanford in the position of their short careers here in the final group of the most prestigious championship in women's golf. And as we join you here from Pumpkin Ridge from the 18th Tower with Johnny Miller, this is shaping up into what is going to be a most interesting final round. The theme here pretty much women who have not been in this position. I mean, not at all. Lunke and Stanford. Then you've got Jeon Jang, and then you've got Annika Sorenstam with all of her wins, and the quest continues for major championships. This championship has eluded Sorenstam for some 7 years now, 6 years now.
That's true, but you know, she has pressure. She's not feeling well. You know, she's got a sore throat and sort of got the flu, and got it from her husband, I guess. And so sometimes, though, you play great when you're not feeling really well. You play within yourself. But I think the magic number right now is, if I was guessing, is 4 under par is going to take to win this thing, and which means that Lunke, if she shoots 72, she's right there. And of course, Stanford's got to shoot 71, and then the people following behind, like Sorenstam's got to shoot 69. So I think there's got to be one player there. Ari Song, what a great story. That would be an amateur sitting right now at -2. She's got a chance. Good round, like a 69. She might be the first amateur to win in many, many years since Lacoste. So we have some really good stories right now. But the nice thing about it, I was out on the course watching the women today, and it was amazing how many people were pulling for Hillary Lunke and Angela Stanford. It just, so many of the ladies are just saying, oh, tell Angela to go and Hillary to go. They're going great. They're great people.
Very pleasant personalities,
yes.
Very well liked. We'll see how it all unfolds. You've already heard from some of our announced team. Gary Koch out there on the tower, following the groups on the golf course. Roger Maltby, he's with the Sorenstam group. Jane Crafter, 2-time U.S. Women's Amateur Champion Kay Cockrell back with us. And handling the interviews, the Golf Channel's Kelly Tillman with our NBC Sports Group. And David Fay, the USGA Executive Director, with us as well. Back out to the first, and Hillary Lunke with her first birdie attempt of the day at 1.
And this is from about 35 feet, slightly uphill, right to left. Should pick up a little bit of speed as it goes toward the hole.
How about that start?
How about that?
She made a lot of putts yesterday, but nothing from that range.
Got those shades on, looking pretty cool, smiley. That's amazing.
When you get in this position, Johnny, in your very first hole.
Funny, it was left all the way. It looked like it was going to lip out or miss left, and she wasn't really expecting it to go in, and it just hung in there and went in the low side. Gene, those are the kind of breaks that definitely help.
Oh, absolutely. What a wonderful way to calm the nerves on the first hole.
Well, let's go out to the third hole.
Just a moment ago, Dan, John Jang's third shot, poor drive, forced to lay up short of the creek. For about 60 yards.
Shot.
How about this? Oh, John Jang. A very unlikely birdie moves her to 4 under par. Back to 2.
And Annika Sorenstam on this par 3 long birdie try.
It hooks all the way. You can see her playing it out to the right. Keeps it underneath the hole. I think what Annika is going to try to do today, knowing her, is take advantage of the easier holes, but just hang in there and watch the pressure knock people off the rung, so to speak.
Well, this would be some start. A couple of birdies for this unlikely final group. Stanford for hers.
Not a hard putt at all. It's left all the way, though. It was just a right edge putt. It's the kind of putt you can make in your sleep, except for it's the U.S. Women's Open.
Yeah, Stanford remains at 4 under. Lucky moves it to 6 under, and the lead is 2 now over Stanford and Jian Zhang. What a start for Zhang. 2 birdies in the first 3 holes. As we go back over to the second, Johnny, you alluded to the way that Annika Sorenstam is feeling today. Kay Cockrell, I know you had a chance to talk to Annika before her round today. How is she feeling?
I did, and when I asked her how she was feeling, she took a long pause and said, "I'm here," and looked at me with the kind of look that said, if this were not Championship Sunday of the U.S. Open, I'd be at home in bed. She still has a very sore throat, and today chills and an aching feeling all throughout her body.
So now Song for par here with Annika.
Tee shot through the green, chip to this point. Now his putt will move to her right. Made it great up and down at the first hole to save par.
Now what you want to do at this point in the championship, Roger, chipping for and saving pars from off the green.
Well, she's hit it through both greens, and usually that's a pretty big mistake, John.
Yeah, when the flag sticks are back like 1 and 2, you go over, you're going to pay a little bit of a price unless you got a flop shot that's working.
Ari Song at just 17 years old, not only trying to become the youngest to win this championship, but trying to become the youngest to win any major championship, male or female. That's the kind of unbelievable history that Ari Song is chasing. Well, 13-year-old Michelle Wie was in the spotlight before this championship began, and playing today without her father on the bag. That is her instructor, Gary Gilchrist, her teaching coach on the bag, and BJ, her father, who got caught up in that controversy over the first 2 days, dealing with criticism of him and his daughter over course etiquette, watching from outside the ropes today. Wie, front 940 today, and then her tee shot here at the 10th would set up a birdie try. We came into the final round at +9, but this has been the weakness in her game, leading this championship and driving distance, but missing a lot of putts. Not a real short putt, but has missed a number of very makeable putts. But she did get one to fall at the par 5 11th. You can see at +13 as that birdie fell at the par 5. So another learning experience for Michelle Wie, as she has recorded back-to-back bogeys now at 14 and 15, and is now at +14 for the championship, as you see there. And you can see Ari Song an 11-shot lead over the next best, Liz Gianangelo. Back out to the second, the par 3, again 175 yards. Hillary Lunke after that birdie start.
And Dan, this is with a 9-wood. Wind is coming from her left.
All locations in the back right.
Low wind.
Is in a little hole. It went up and then fell right into a hole, so that's a very delicate pitch shot from there.
Up ahead to 3.
Going with a 3-wood.
Yeah. 386-yard dog leg to the right, par 4.
Tough drive, Gary, and
Yes,
it's played
it
the
is.
4th hardest hole on the golf course. So
well positioned there. center of the fairway. So we go back to 2.
And Angela Stanford now.
And this is with the 6-iron. After seeing that ball of Lunky's go over, I think she geared back one. Looking good.
Get in, get in, get in, get in.
That's got a chance. Oh.
Well, I'll say that you can sure see the break, but look at this ball curve. She's got a big left to right breaker coming downhill. But what a nice shot. Just the greens are getting hard, and it's going to be tough today, folks.
What was that final pairing? Put a charge in this gallery at the 16th, second for Wee.
After another huge drive, Dan, just a wedge to this 407-yard par 4. That's one of the better shots we've seen today. Seems a little more animated today, smiling a little more. Certainly interacting with her caddy a lot.
She had to deal with a lot of stuff for a 13-year-old, Gary. It's not easy being in the spotlight and having all the little controversies and everybody watching you. You know, at 13, you don't want anybody watching you.
You're right, Gary. How about the change in body language of Michelle Wie after what she went through yesterday and the 2 previous days playing with Daniela Makapane? Well, trying to calm the nerves. First time you've ever played in a final group anywhere. And here you are in a major championship. And here you are with a long birdie start. Hillary Lunky's off and running. Back out to the second and just off the green. Lunky's playing her second here to the par 3.
Well, my notes have said don't hit it right and don't hit it long.
And Johnny, this is not a good lie.
Oh, she just did a perfect little shot, though.
Oh, that's superb.
That is so gutsy to land it in that long grass.
Well, earlier we asked this unlikely leader, Hillary Lunky, what she thinks about her position in this championship.
I'm as surprised as anybody, but at the same time, you know, my dad, we used to always talk about if I ever win an LPGA event, it would probably be the U.S. Open because it's just the tough golf courses are the best suited to my game. And you know, having I'm not a long hitter, but that's not what you need in a U.S. Open. You just need accuracy and you need a good short game, and those are my strengths.
Well, they certainly are, Johnny, as she has hit 19 of her last 20 fairways, and with her on the bag is her husband. As you look at her back in '97, she was the youngest competitor in this championship at age 18, and she had her dad, Bill Holmeyer, who caddied for her. So formerly Hillary Holmeyer is now Hillary Lunky because she married that man right there, Tyler, who's on the bag. They just got married 8 months ago in November of last year.
Seem to be a great team. They get along so well on the course. That'll test any marriage.
Stanford.
This has got a lot of break from left to right.
I don't think she knows how much it really does break. Almost no way to read that, Jane. It just breaks off the map.
Up to 3.
Second shot for Sorenstam, 150 yards. Probably no more than an 8-iron, just trying to land the ball around the front part of the green. Oh, look at this, off the flag stick.
Not a very good bounce off the flag stick.
No, it really wasn't. Up ahead at 16, Michelle Wie. Downhill, birdie putt, not much break here.
Seems like she misses a lot of putts on the high side, Gary. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I would agree with that, Johnny. Back at the 4th, this just a moment ago, Donna Andrews. Third shot at the par 5, 92 yards.
Nice swing, huh?
Yeah.
That was real smooth.
How about this? How about this? Oh, man. Now this 4th hole, easy hole location today as we go back to 2.
And Lunky to remain at 6 under.
And this would be a great confidence booster. Going to break quite a bit from left to right, a little more uphill.
Nicely done. I remember talking with Hillary last night. We were talking about that '97 championship. She said, yeah, I wasn't very long then. I was only 18, and I used to play the 18th. She missed the cut, so she played 18 back in '97 on Thursday and Friday with a driver sand wedge because she couldn't get over the over the stuff over there, and then a 3-wood.
I'll tell you, her putting has been off the charts, Jane. I mean, with the pressure that's on her yesterday and today.
Well, she's 5th in the stats so far this year, so she is a great putter. Now Stanford just has about 3 feet here. Will hold.
Steady Angela Stanford remains at 4 under. Got her first win last week in Atlantic City, held at least a share of the lead after every round, so that has helped calm her nerves. Up to 4.
This a moment ago, Dan. Third shot. Suzann Pettersen. Mentioned this hole location at 4. Everything wants to funnel right toward the hole. So
well, it better take advantage of this one, Gary, because there's some coming up that aren't so easy.
Isn't that the truth? Back at the third. Third shot for Song, Roger.
After a poor tee shot, right fairway bunker now, 70 yards left to the hole.
Should have some spin. A lot of slope in the green.
She hits down on the ball more than anybody in this championship. When she hits it, is a real thump. You know, it's very unusual and spins it a lot because of that.
At the fourth, Suzann Pettersen for her second birdie of the day. No. Well, opportunity missed there. Donna Andrews went on to make her birdie putt. She gets to even par. We go to the tee at 3. Lunky with the honor.
She aims a little right, and then has a little come over the top move on Gary. Perfectly grooved.
I was going to say, she has got it down, although this one will just chase into the intermediate cut of rough.
Could be a sign of things to come. She's come over the top of 2 drives now, 1 and 3, and you know, she's hung in there with them, but who knows?
Stanford next, and she was saying yesterday back in high school her parents really didn't want her to work so she could focus on golf, but she got a job as a car hop at the Sonic drive-through.
Good swing.
Yeah,
That's right down the middle.
Said you either got food or you got me on roller skates, but you didn't get me both. That's perfect. And up at the green, Sorenstam for birdie. Roger.
Little putt, slide her right up, a nasty little putt, really. Gonna have to get this well off the hole and just die it in.
What an effort. Johnny, I think that's one of those cases where the ball would have been closer on the second shot if it hadn't hit the flagstick.
Yeah, it hit it and went to the left and long, which is unusual.
You see her scoring average in the final round of the U.S. Women's Opens that she's played.
Wow.
70.50.
That's some playing.
That's impressive.
Gary, she shot 70 in the final round last year at Prairie Dunes, but it wasn't quite good enough, was it?
Well, no, because Julie Inkster shot 66, but still, that's some very good play. So, Roger, a little bit of a shaky start here for the 17-year-old Ari Song.
Well, the first shot, her second shot on the first hole got through the green, made it wonderful up and in. I mean, no choking there at all. And then bogeyed the last hole. Now she has a chance of getting out with a par here, so she's keeping her composure in my mind.
That's well done. She remains at 1 under par. Said yesterday her twin sister Nari was in her gallery cheering her on.
She said she'd be there again today, Gary. Outside the ropes there.
Nice to have that support system along with you.
Yeah, the former Wong-Glukiat twins now going by the last name of Song, Ari and Nari. As we remind you, the next weekend at NBC, NASCAR blows into the Windy City. First on Saturday at 2:30 Eastern Time. It's Busch Series racing from Chicago, presented by Midas. Then on Sunday at 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 a.m. Pacific, beginning with the Discover Card countdown to green. Dale Jr., Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, and more challenge the high-speed mile-and-a-half oval at the Tropicana 400. That is NASCAR on NBC next weekend. What a pretty place this is. Just about a half-hour drive west of Portland.
Zhong Jiang ready for her third shot at 4.
This sandwich was magical on the last hole.
Spin. Spin. Come back.
That low shot, perhaps not the best choice.
Yeah, but it'll come back a little bit, Kay. Don't give up on it yet here.
Oh, yes.
Every ball wants to funnel toward the hole at the 4th. Back to 3. Second shot for Lunke.
And from the intermediate cut of rough, this is her 11 wood, 169 all the way to the hole. A little bit uphill.
Curl.
Started right. Is it turning?
No, it's hanging out there, Gary.
It's all right.
It's a good leave, though. Underneath the hole. To 17.
Michelle Wie from the rough of this 419-yard par 4.
Going with her version of the Tiger Stinger. Let's see if it got the tree limbs. Got it. Tried to keep it down, but popped up and hit those beautiful deciduous leaves.
And back at the 3rd. Stanford getting ready for her second.
Gary, Angela normally averages about 20-25 yards longer than Hillary Lunke, and on this hole it's a huge advantage. Very difficult shot for Lunke, but a much easier shot for Stanford. Only 151 yards to this hole.
Plays uphill.
You can hear a caddy Jeremy just confirming that
you can do it.
that was with a 6-iron.
Oh, it's going to get on the other side of the ridge. And it's going to leave a difficult putt. Now Hillary Lunke going on along very nicely. A lot of international flags are putting themselves into position to have a chance to win this 58th United States Women's Open Championship. And so far, Hillary Lunke has held herself together very nicely to get started. We'll be right back. Welcome back at the 4th. Zhong Jiang, birdie putt, chance to get within one of the lead. Oh, just lacking speed. We go back to the 3rd, and Lunke getting ready for her 3rd shot.
And with a lob wedge, he's just got to try and land this just barely on the green in the first cut of rough there. Tricky little shot.
Oh. That came out of there pretty hot. It'll hit the ridge and try to come back a little bit, but
not what she was looking for there, Gary.
Johnny, do you find sometimes the nerves seem to show up first on the short shots?
It could be, but you know, it wasn't an easy shot. Like Jane said, she had to land it just from the fringe, so just maybe a little bit of came out low. That's what she was saying to her husband.
At the 4th, Annika Sorenstam, 256 yards to the hole.
Well, has 239 to the front of the left side, and you know, cannot get the ball near the hole, with the hole being cut all the way on the right-hand side. You almost wonder if it's worth it going for this green, or do you lay back and try to hit a wedge in?
Well, Roger, it's been the most difficult green to putt on the entire front 9, and from looking at it there, you can see why. Ridges running everywhere on this green.
Inkster hit this in 2, huh?
Yes, she did.
Posing.
Run ball turning toward the left side of the opening, should kick to the right some.
It's a narrow ribbon of fairway to hit, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Well positioned. To the 17th.
And we adding them up a little bit here at 17, her 4th shot now. So that'll be still a lengthy bogey putt for Wie. As we go back over to the 3rd, we mentioned that Angela Stanford won in Atlantic City last week, and last night we asked her how that win last week might help her out today.
I don't think playing last week helps deal with the pressure this week. I think winning last week helps, but it is the U.S. Open, and it's a tournament that I've dreamed about since I started playing golf, and to watch it on TV and to watch the champions that win, I don't think anything can prepare you for tomorrow unless you've been in the final group and unless you've won an Open, and I haven't done either one of those yet.
Well, Stanford putting that into perspective.
How about the break she's playing on this putt over this ridge? Johnny had to be aiming that ball about 15 feet left of the hole.
Had the right idea, just hit it a little too hard.
When you heard her talk, I mean, you wouldn't think that Angela Stanford was born and raised in Texas, just north of Fort Worth in a town called Saginaw, Texas. But she said she tried to change her accent. The first time she heard herself talk on TV, she said, I got to do something about that deep Texas accent. And there she is trying to join that group. Winners in the previous LPGA event and then going on to win this championship. Well, she's a speech major communication, so she had a little help with her own speech communication.
Well, I don't 100% agree with her saying that last week's win doesn't help you much here, because it sure should.
Well, there's a putt made by the 13-year-old. It's a bogey putt, and Wie drops to plus 15.
It's been a long week for her, it seems.
Yes, it has. Learning experience, no doubt. Back to 3.
A lot of emotions. Turbulent stuff happened to her with the, the confrontation with the Makapani, and then the just changing caddies with dropping her father today, and just a lot of things going on.
Lucky now for her par.
And Gary, I hope she's learned something from watching Stanford previously. She's got a lot of break from left to right.
A lot like Annika's putt, huh?
Yep, very similar. You've got to get it up there high. Just didn't quite turn enough. Good effort, but that'll be a bogey and drop her back to 5 under par. Just one shot ahead.
Well, the one thing, if you look at the stats on the hole difficulties, Gary, it looks like the first 4 holes of the front 9 are fairly easy, except for number 3, and then the first 4 holes on the back 9 are fairly easy, but the last 5 on both 9s are the difficulty of the golf courses So we're seeing birdies early, but now they're going to go into the harder holes.
And Johnny, this to me looks like a right edge putt. She keeps it firm enough.
Okay, good 2-putt for Angela Stanford at the 3rd. She'll remain at 4 under par.
They'll go over to the easiest hole in the course, I meant to say.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Par 5 that is reachable in 2 by some. As we go there now, and Ari Song getting ready for her 3rd shot.
Well, actually, Gary, Song outdrove Annika Sorenstam on this hole, but did elect to lay up to hit the wedge in here using a different strategy. Has left herself 57 yards to the hole. I almost wonder if she's not weighted up just a little too close to the green.
She's been able to put a pretty good bit of spin on these shots, Roger. That ball should come back off the slope, back toward the hole. Saw her conferring with her caddy there before she played the shot. He's Don Hall, who's a member here at the Witch Hollow course at Pumpkin Ridge. As we go to 18T.
Chance for Michelle Wie to stretch this out. She had a boomer the other day here that measured well over 300 yards.
There's a big hit with a lot of roll. That'll be down there where she doesn't have to worry about being in anybody's divot unless it was her own. Nobody hits it down where she does.
Yeah, she hit driver 4-iron the other day as she went for that green in 2. Back to 4.
Annika's 3rd.
Tough little pitch across a ridge, and it'll be going downhill, moving to her right once it crosses that ridge. This is too hard.
Well, the youth movement was definitely apparent in this championship, and Morgan Pressel added to that.
She was the youngest qualifier in the history of this championship. She did it at age 12 when she got in a couple of years ago, and now at just 15 years old, one of the amateurs to make the cut and finishing up her round with that par there. She was 3 under through 17 holes in the first round before a double bogey on the 9th. Her last hole of the day kind of got her going the wrong way, but 14 teenagers began this championship, and they have been impressive throughout. Coming up in a couple of weeks on Saturday, July 19th, we've got the American Century Celebrity Golf Championship. Michael Jordan, John Elway, and always good to see Charles Barkley swing on the banks of Lake Tahoe. Lots of fun. The American Century Championship coming your way in a couple of weeks. Back to 4.
Sorenstam eyeing this uphill putt for birdie.
And this is her third good opportunity in these first 4 holes, Gary. And I think pretty important putt for her to get herself going. She hasn't even come close to mishitting a shot yet. Every shot's been dead solid and straight as an arrow. She needs to hold some putts.
Really good effort right over the top edge.
Experience at the majors. Look at Sorenstam. Combined 19 top 10 Sorenstam has gathered in major championships, and that is some 15 more top 10s than all of those contenders combined. So that's the story of the day here. Can Sorenstam overcome all of these unknowns and win this championship? Here at this par 3 fifth, 162 yards, Jian Zhang tied for second at 4 under, and Julie Inkster in a little while ago recorded a double bogey at this hole after being at even. So Julie at +2 after finding that water, and Jian Zhang looks like she's done the same thing.
That was a 6-iron, and I don't think she caught it fully.
Most difficult hole today, the par 3 fifth.
Well, they have the Sunday hole location there, so you got to hit a good shot and keep it a little left.
Ari Song for birdie at the 4th. So both Song and Sorenstam fail to birdie the easiest hole on the course. Hillary Lunke clings to a 1-shot lead, and we'll be back in just a moment.
After another big drive, Michelle Wie's second at the par 5 18th.
Trying to cut it back.
Well, that's another example of what can happen. That exited stage right.
Yeah, it's down there left of the green, and that's going to get a drop, but not the shot she wanted. It was too much club anyway. Would have gone way through the green.
We've talked about during the course of this championship how many different things can happen on the second shot at 18, and let's bring in David Fay to perhaps tell us about the location of Wie's ball there.
I'm not sure, but it went between those 2 bleachers, and no doubt she will get a, as Johnny said, a drop.
I think it might have gone way past where those 2 guys are. It might be almost right to the shop.
It could be near the pro shop or the practice putting green. It was moving.
Can she play through the pro shop? Not in this case. Well, this was a moment ago at the 12th. Beth Daniels tee shot at this little par 3, the shortest here, just 135 yards. And that is the way to play the 12th today.
Yeah, it got a tougher hole location, but at this yardage, you ought to have enough confidence to aim just right at that flagstick and knock it in there close.
Daniel in her 27th U.S. Women's Open, as Jian Zhang is looking over her 3rd shot here after it found the water here at the 5th. Jane?
Well, Dan, you know, Jian Zhang had a big weight on the tee, and she watched Suzanne Patterson ahead of her hit it in the water, and, you know, that was just a not very well executed tee shot, obviously. And now she has dropped in the rough, hitting her 3rd shot.
Tough shot, huh?
This is a long way away.
It's about 65 yards.
Tough angle, tough yardage over water.
And only that. Oh no, that's in.
Not even close.
Oh goodness.
The worst part about it, she's got to do it again, and she didn't even come close. It looks like the drop area there. You can see the circle.
And Johnny, I don't think her lie was terribly bad. The ball was sitting up fairly well.
She just went too deep and hit it way high in the club face. You could tell by the sound that she just got so much grasp underneath the club, in between that and the ball.
I don't know what made a louder sound, the shot or the caddy throwing the bag down. He seemed just as disappointed as that as John Jang is.
That's a tough shot right now. Usually you over club now to keep from going in the water.
And that part of the green is only 14 paces deep.
Just a brutal hole to go in the water. I'll tell you that. You pay a serious price with this bad angle and tough lie.
Yep, this one going long.
And still not on in 5.
Not an easy pitch shot from there. So she looking right at that water, going that direction.
Back over to the 12th. See if Beth Daniel can convert that fine tee shot. And that long club has really extended her career. Beth Daniel, her 27th U.S. Women's Open with her first birdie of the day. Moves it back to +10. And we go back to 4.
Third shot for Hillary Lunke. Out of the rough. Gonna be very tough to stop. She's yelling for it to get over the bunker.
Sit.
Sit. Not gonna have any spin. Got a good break. It just kicks back off the intermediate cut of rough. So Hillary Lunke just off the putting surface there. Still with a one-shot lead, but Yang in trouble. Welcome back. This while we were away, the third shot at the 4th for Angela Stanford. 109 yards. Oh, beautifully done. Spins it right underneath the hole, 2 feet away. Should be a certain birdie. And now live, Lunke putting from just off the green.
She and her caddy are just pointing to a spot about 6 inches to a foot just right of the hole. And this part of the green, there is a lot of slope from the back to the front. So this is quite a touchy little putt.
How about the collar on her backswing? Is that a problem?
I don't think so. I think she'll be okay there. And she looks pretty comfortable on her practice stroke.
Slow up the hill, go. They head to 5.
And this the 6th shot for John Jang. Again, just one off the lead as she came to this little par 3 and put it in the water twice.
Well, she'll be having some serious nightmares about this little hole for probably the next year.
Awkward shot, very fast, big break from left to right.
Just a super tough shot. She landed it just about perfectly, but just no way to get it close there almost.
As that for a 7. Back over to 4.
Birdie putt for Stanford. And she now moves into a tie for the lead at 5 under par. The only woman in the field to have shot under par in each of the first 3 rounds of this championship. What a difference. Her career at the U.S. Women's Open before this week had never made the cut, had never shot around under par. What a turnaround. Now Hillary Lunke to remain at 5 under. Safely in, but Lunke has played this the easiest hole on the course, 1 over par for the 4 rounds. So we move ahead to 5.
Vari Mackay for par, +1 today, and going to drop another one. Mackay was the pace setter in the first 2 rounds of this championship. Had a 3-shot lead after the first round, a 4-shot lead after the second round. Shot a 75 yesterday to still be in there by just 3. She was down as she began this final round, but led by as many as 7 shots at one point in this championship. And again, the hole that will haunt her here is that triple bogey she made at the 9th.
Yeah, otherwise her lead would have been huge, right?
So this now for a quadruple bogey 7.
And Johnny, we talk so much about in this championship, trying to minimize your mistakes, keeping your mistake to a bogey. A quad is just devastating, obviously for the score, but mentally.
So it's barely go to the right, or?
Yep, it should leak down to the right. And what a shame after that beautiful birdie at 1 and that magical wedge in the hole for birdie at 3, now to see it all being erased. And she just has to be sick to her stomach right now.
That for an 8.
Caddy's not feeling much better either, I can tell you that.
Well, obviously the mistake, she should have played to the fat part of the green to the left. That's the play on this hole. You have there's no reason to go at this flagstick off the tee.
From 4 under to +1 on 1 hole. As we go over to 18, Michelle Wie for birdie. Guess they found the ball and took a drop from the stands.
Let's watch this putt. Might win the championship, that same putt, just a right edge putt from there.
Great way to end a long week for Michelle Wie.
So we'll watch all the putts at 18, and when the leaders finally get around to there, we'll have an idea of what you need to do.
The winner of the Women's Amateur Public Links Championship a couple of weeks ago.
Well, it's nice to finish with a birdie anyway.
76 for Wie. Over to the 5th. There's the tee shot upcoming here for Sorenstam.
I would imagine she's looking about right there. That's a pretty aggressive play. Perfect shot's a high fade, which not many of the women hit.
Right at the center of the green, John.
That's a tough little pitch shot. We just saw that. Very quick and a huge break, like a 12-foot break, maybe more.
Sorenstam looking for something to spark her around after 4 straight pars to open up. Still, though, just 3 behind. You look at her line this week. Good score in the par 3s.
Well, this 5th hole, Roger, is 44 over par for the field. The field is playing this thing that much over par. So,
well, there's a weight here, Johnny, on this par 3. So Stanford and Lunky looking at the top player in the world right there in front of them. Play this 5th. And now Ari Song.
Let's see where her eyes are looking. She's looking right at it, folks. She's not looking left at all.
Well, this ball then is pulled, John, at the left side of the green.
Yeah, that's prudent, though. I'll tell you that. That'll funnel back down, so she still has a big old slicing putt.
Ari Song wants to be careful, especially at this 5th. John Jang was 1 off the lead, now is 6 shots behind Stanford and Lunky, the unlikely co-leaders in the 58th United States Women's Open Championship, as we continue from Pumpkin Ridge. Beautiful shot of Mount Hood in the background here, and we want to thank MetLife for providing these gorgeous views from the great Northwest here near Pumpkin Ridge. You can look to the skies for MetLife in a town near you.
Beautiful Mount Hood. I flew right by that thing coming in.
More than 11,000 feet above sea level as we go out to the 7th, and Julie Inkster still fighting things. This is for par, and that's a good putt, but Inkster hurt by that double at the 5th after she went into the water. Bogey at the 6th and avoids another drop shot there. Remains at +3, 8 shots behind the leaders. Over at the 5th, appears that Ari Song will be first to play, and we mentioned her twin sister, and there is Nari Song, fine player in her own right. I asked Ari last night if Ari is kind of past Nari in ability a little bit, especially with her performance in this championship. She said, no, we're pretty much the same players, talent-wise. Nari missed the cut shooting a couple of 76s, but you talk about a player profile, Johnny. I mean, there's a lot on that resume at just age 17. This is her 6th major championship. And before all the talk about Michelle Wie, Ari Song was the talk of golf, at least for the teenagers.
This is her 6th major championship, and she's never missed a cut starting at age 13, so that's pretty amazing.
She'll be a freshman at the University of Florida in the fall. She won that U.S. Junior Girls Championship in '99 at age 13, the youngest junior champ ever. And there you see it. Has made all the cuts in her starts in majors. Played in the final group at Nabisco a few years ago in 2000 at the age of 13. Played in the final group with Kari Webb. Tied for 10th in that championship.
How you making out there, Raj?
Well, doing just fine, John. This little chip shot of Annika Sorenstam, so it's one of those that you can play it as high as you want to, really. There's a little brow that comes into the green out of the back bunker that will influence the shot. And it's just a matter of how far up on that hill she wants to hit it and let it die to the right.
You have to have perfect speed here, don't you, with the line?
Absolutely. Very difficult on the chip.
She's hitting it basically sideways, right? Almost sideways.
Pretty close.
And it's she's gonna land it about right here, and then it's gonna run right down to the hole. Telestrator's a little shaky today.
Well, I came out softer than she wanted.
This is just the first missed green in regulation in her last 13 holes, so Sorenstam's got a long tester for par as we throw it over to Kelly Tillman. Kelly?
Thanks, Dan. I'm with Michelle Wie. 4 for 4 this year, Michelle, and professional cuts made. Congratulations. How do you feel about your performance this week overall?
I think I played pretty shaky, but I think the last few days I think I played pretty good. I just had a few bad breaks. I was hitting the ball not that good. I was struggling, but I think I got back on track.
I know it's been a bit of a difficult week for you emotionally. When did you decide to put your instructor, Gary Gilchrist, on your bag?
I didn't really decide. My dad, I guess I don't know if he didn't want to or anything, but I was like, okay, fine. It's a new experience for me. Plus, he's going to caddy for me at the U.S. Junior Girls, so I guess, hey, he could practice for that and maybe lose some weight.
So your dad made the call, and that was last night, Gary told me. Will your dad be back on the bag sometime soon for you?
I don't know, maybe not. When you feel comfortable, I guess he will.
How much talking will you do about it the next couple of weeks?
About who?
You and your dad, and getting back together.
We talk enough already. I'm too much with them. Plus, we're gonna go to LA. I'm gonna have a nice time. So, I'm gonna get on the plane, leave for LA, and have a good time.
Take a little bit of a vacation. And playing with Stephanie Loudon today, was that a nice thing for you?
Yeah, because I known her from the Takifuji last year, so we've been good friends. So it's been really nice today.
Okay, well, congratulations on a positive week for you on the course, and we look forward to good things from you. We'll see you at the U.S. Junior.
Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, back to you.
Thanks, Kelly. We do know that Dad will not be on the bag at the Junior Girls in a few weeks in Connecticut, as we remind you that we'll have coverage of that Sunday, July 27th at U.S. Junior Girls Championship. Michelle Wie will be there because you cannot have a parent on the bag in Junior Championship competition. Over to 5, Sorenstam for her par to keep that string alive.
They're not going in today. That's 3 on the edge already. She's hitting good putts, but thought it was a straight putt.
She had gone 24 consecutive holes without a bogey, but Sorenstam dips to 1 under, 4 behind the co-leader, Stanford, who has been waiting at this 5th hole for a while. Now Ari Song.
After a good lag putt from the front left, it's a good putt.
So Song and Sorenstam dead even at 1 under, 4 behind, just 4 players under par in this championship, and a bit of a spread now between Stanford and Lunky and Sorenstam and Song.
I'm sure Annika has done exactly the opposite of what she wanted to do. She wanted to come out and immediately put pressure on Stanford and Lunky and show her that she's playing well and make them basically gag a little bit and use her career, Hall of Fame career, against them. And what she's done is she's given them a 4-shot lead, and 4-shot lead's so darn comfortable. You can almost just play your game. I mean, it's almost at the moment it's a 2-person championship, and unless they do something weird, it's in this twosome.
And that was a 6-iron, Johnny.
Very beautifully accelerated swing. Just took it back and just flung that club through the hitting area. And that's that crazy chip shot. And it might have gone in a little burnout area, maybe even I don't know if that's a sprinkler or what, but leaves herself that really hard pitch shot that we've seen the last 2 players not get it up and in. So we'll see what she does there. She's played the par 3s, as you can see, -3. That's very good right there. Same as the par 5s. You don't usually play the 3 pars the same as 5 pars.
Stanford and Lunky know each other pretty well. They were teammates on the 2000 U.S. Curtis Cup team. In fact, they were roommates in that competition back in 2000. Is Lunky her turn now? Jane?
And this is a 5-iron. Not as long a ball striker as Angela Stanford. Looking out to the left side. That's a nicely struck shot.
She seems to have very good insides. She's not choking at all. I mean, she had that right there in the lead all yesterday afternoon. No signs of anything. Great putting, and then starts off today making that long putt at 1. You know, another good par putt. She looks like she's together right now. You know, of course, the back 9 could be a totally different story, but so far so good for Angela and Hillary.
Well, playing in this final group today, and also played in the final group yesterday. Got off to a great start. Opening hole, par 4 first. Flirting with an eagle 2. How close this got to going in. Opening birdie for Lunky, easy one to 3 under, and then at the 3rd, as she had the putter going, this was for her 2nd birdie in the first 3 holes. Got it a 4 under, and then after a bogey at the 6th yesterday for birdie at the par 5 7th, and that gave her the outright lead as she moved to 4 under. Very next hole, par 4 8th for another birdie. 2 in a row at that point, and then came to the par 4 9th, the longest par 4, and a beautiful approach shot in. So to cap off a front 9, 4 under 32, and a 2-shot lead, Lunky was cruising around at the 15th after 2 bogeys at 13 and 14. This shows the kind of resiliency in her game. That was a par putt at 15 to remain at 4 under. Could have been 3 bogeys in a row. And then at the 16th, picking up her final birdie of the day, helped by this 2nd shot. And helped by a break here, as this one landed in that grassy slope and ricocheted over to the right. And you take advantage of breaks in major championships. A 68 for Lunky yesterday. And her scoring average by round this year, and look at how she's improved this week.
Yeah, and on a tougher course than she's been playing.
Almost inexplicable. Lunky in the final group, but like you said, Johnny, very poised. And after talking with her last night, just didn't seem overwhelmed by the magnitude of this championship week. Said it's helped that her husband has been on the bag, Tyler, and it's just been a great feel all week long for her.
Let's go over to 6 with Annika. See, 411-yard par 4. This is one of the tougher holes, playing the 5th hardest, or the 6th hardest, 3rd hardest today with the tough hole location.
Good shape in the fairway for Annika at 6, and we go back to the 5th. And again, this is a delicate position here for Angela Stanford.
Well, her lie is a little interesting, Dan. It's she's in a bit of a burned out brown spot, but she's got a little bit of grass behind the ball. I think she just needs to land this just in the fringe. If she can carry it about About just barely 5 yards, I think. I just landed in the fringe and let it run over that little tongue of ridge that comes into the green here.
It's really hard not to leave it to the right of the hole.
Yeah, it's not an easy shot, Johnny.
A lot of knee bend. Look at that. It's getting down on it. Standing above it. Oh, no, fluffer. But maybe it's going to work out. Probably right at the hole, though. Got a little chunky there, didn't she?
Yeah, got a little bit quick. Her transition was a bit fast there.
Yeah.
How about this tough fifth? Just 3 birdies. We've seen 10 double bogeys or higher.
I like holes when you give the players a hard hole location that when they bail left, they're not sort of rewarded. A lot of poorly designed holes, you end up with a nice uphill putt or something. In this case, when you bail, you pay the price, and that's the sign of a great hole.
Not only did we see John Jang's 8, Sherry Turner made a 9 here today. Karen Stupples a 7.
Well, that drop area is a brutal shot. It's the hardest shot they'll hit of the whole day. 73 yards to the center of the green from there out of that long rough over water. You cannot hit it heavy, as we saw earlier by Jang.
Earlier at the 6th, this was Vari Mackay for another par.
Get there.
And she is on a bit of a bogey trail here. 3 in the last 4 holes. Mackay has fallen from 2 under to +1, 6 off the lead. As we go back over to 5, and Lunky with a birdie try.
Well, I think she'll be very happy if she 2-putts this. She's got a big ridge to come over, and it's going to go sharply to her right. Looks like about 45 feet here.
She's definitely had the best speed on her putts the whole championship. You would watch a lot of her highlights of her putting. The ball just would only go a couple inches past the hole. They just fall in.
And she's blessed with great touch, Johnny.
I don't know if she'll read enough break in this. Breaks a little more than your eye picks up, but that was a good putt.
Over to the 6th, and a pretty second shot here as Annika is coming in from that left side. Roger.
173 yards to the hole. Not a good angle. Has to play across some trees between herself and the hole. If she elects to go at the flagstick, I think she'll try to hit it more toward the center of the green. Just played this just a little right of the hole.
Just clears that water. And look at this.
The greens are getting hard, Roger. This is just with maybe a couple feet of having a heartbreak. Look at this. Oh. So it just lands it in a perfect spot, to be honest.
I mean, that's the word.
I mean, it was a perfect shot.
But your heart rate's going to go up a little bit, but it's a great spot to land it. As we go back over to 5, long par attempt for Stanford.
Slicing all the way, but not that hard of a putt. Let's see if it comes back. Man, we've seen a lot of putts go over the edge today. I don't know if the hole locations are tougher, or it's just that little bit of U.S. Open-itis.
Give it to the first drop shot for Stanford, and back over to Ari Song at the 6th.
Bit of a downhill lie, 167 yards to the hole. I'm sure she's just going to try to chase this ball up on the right side of the green.
Make sure you stay ahead of it so you don't pull it, huh, Raj?
Absolutely.
You can live with a little right.
If you live with a little, as you say, John, if it's a little right, you might get a little kick left, but this has been pulled.
Oh. Across the creek and then in.
That was a very poor shot there. You want to get up your left shoulder up in front of the ball, which eliminates anything to the left. Once you get your left shoulder past your starting point, it cannot go left. And that's what I always try to do, is move past where I start, and then I know it's going out to the right a little bit.
A moment ago at the par 5 11th, Christy Kerr for a birdie. Kerr beginning the day at +5, at this point at +1, but gets it back to even today. And over at 17, Grace Park has a solid round going. You can see her at +6. Again, the day at +8, so 2 under to this point.
Well, that's going right in the middle, wasn't it?
And back over to the 5th. This is Lunky for her par.
Par's a great score in this hole, Dan.
Yeah, especially what we've seen recorded already today. Oh!
Boy, that was such a long backswing.
That looked different than all the rest, didn't it?
Yeah, that backswing was, well, like a 20-foot backswing. I mean, for a 20-foot putt.
And then just a turbocharged acceleration through.
This is a very smart thing she's doing right there. I'll tell you, just get away, back off, settle down. Say, I've been putting great. That was an anomaly. Just let's go back and just knock this straight uphill putt in. And 4 is not the worst thing that could happen to you on this tough hole.
Okay, so both Stanford and Lunke dropping shots here. And again, that brings everybody a little closer. Sorenstam and Song, even though Song's got big problems at the 6th, Sorenstam is in good shape. Perhaps Sorenstam could come back and get it to within 2 again with a birdie at 6.
Well, it reminds me a little of the men's U.S. Open. That first hour of the men's U.S. Open, everybody just sort of put in reverse and floored it.
Lunke's got 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes, over to 8.
That is Rosie Jones' par bid over the green. Hit a marvelous shot to get it to that position, but Rosie Jones with a disappointing bogey at 8. Drop her to 2 over par. Go back to 6.
There is Ari Song's ball in the water there. David Fay.
It's a lateral water hazard, and she'll have 4 options. She'll select one of them. It's a 1-stroke penalty. These first 2 probably not going to be used. When we turn the page, we'll get to what her decision will be, which is to drop the ball within 2 club lengths of the spot where the ball last crossed the red line, or find the equidistant point on the opposite side of the hazard and drop within 2 club lengths.
Which is a lot easier shot. I was wonder if she'll know that to go to the other side to get a way better angle on this left toe location, which it looks like she is going to do that.
Yeah, the referee will point that out to her, John.
Back on the tee, Angela Stanford.
And that's perfect, Dan, right down the middle.
See, the fairway's starting to turn yellow. It's the way the USGA likes it. I'm sure they all wear green and yellow ties this week.
Well, let's continue with David here at Ari Songs.
Well, as you see, she has chosen the equidistant point. The referee, which accompanies each group, tells the player all of her options, and she drops, and the ball is in play.
This is the one time when that other side of the hazard is a huge advantage to a player. You don't usually see that happen, where you can go to the opposite side and it be way better than the side you went in on.
Back on the tee, it's Lunke's turn. Again, 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes. She had a 2-shot lead, and now she's tied for the lead.
And she can aim at the fairway bunker, 260 yards to that fairway bunker, and just turn a little bit right to left.
Looks like a 3-wood. Got the same club head speed as Rosie Jones, and just hits the ball very short, 229, 228 yards off the tee.
That's a 411-yard par 4 that the final pairing is negotiating right now. Beautiful part of the country as we take a look at the time-lapsed photography there. Kind of the sun playing hide and seek. Wispy, billowy clouds racing over Pumpkin Ridge. Angela Stanford and Hillary Lunke in a race for the championship here. Their lead is 3 as we go out to the 6th, and Ari Song has left it on the lower deck here after finding the creek at this par 4.
And she has not played a good shot thus far on this hole.
That's 3 mistakes she's made on this hole. You're right, John. Now this is a long putt downhill, very fast, breaking left quite a bit.
There's just no good karma in the last half hour in this group, is there?
None.
She had that good start, but
Still a little left for double bogey for Song. So she's going to drop at least to +1. And there's Lunky right out there in the fairway watching it all unfold.
It's a little disconcerting when you're in the lead and you got to wait all the time. But the only thing good about it, Roger, is you're getting to see what maybe to do or not to do. I'm sure they probably played the last hole very conservatively after watching the problems the players are having. But Annika needs to start showing Stanford and Lunky that she is a Hall of Famer, Roger.
She's missed 4 putts inside of 10 feet so far, John, and she just got to get one in sooner rather than later.
Just to get within a couple.
Playing it way outside left, huh, Roger?
Yeah, it's going to break pretty good to her right.
She's had tough putts, though. She's not underneath the holes putting it up the fall line. There are these big sliders, and they got to be hit perfectly with the right speed and line.
Remains at 1 under. A 3 back.
I think she knows with her wisdom, Roger, that Stella, if she were to play like 1 under from here on in, probably 2 under par's probably got about a 50-50 chance or better to win this thing.
Over to the 9th, pick up the second shot for Rosie Jones. Up and down round for her today. 3 birdies, 3 bogeys, even at +2.
Always around. She never knocks herself out of a championship. Just so steady.
That was a moment ago, as Rosie's currently in a tie for 7th. Back over to 6th. This for double bogey for Ari Song.
And this is not a real simple little putt. This does have some break to the left.
So Song pays the price for the visit to the creek at 6. And all of a sudden, she's 5 back.
Yep, not the start she wanted, I tell you that. She probably was dreaming of great things last night.
Back out in the fairway. Lunky first to play. Jane?
179 yards all the way back to the hole location, but she's going to be looking out to the right front of the green. She has her trusty 11 wood. Said to me on the range that she just loves this club.
I guarantee she hits more lofted fairway woods in this championship than anybody else with that 11 wood, 9 wood, 7 wood combination. Is that what she has?
Exactly right, John.
Just and with her distance being really short, she's got to be hitting these as well to be winning this championship. Flag sticks way over here. See if that is going to hang in there, if she bailed. Well,
no, she bailed, but she's not in the water.
Yeah, one if by land, huh?
Yep. Wearing those shades today. Did not wear the sunglasses yesterday for the entire round, although it was overcast for a large portion of the early part of the day.
Yeah.
And Johnny, Angela Stanford has outdriven Hilary Lunky by about 12 yards. She has 167, and certainly much stronger ball striker, much stronger iron player.
What's her ball flight? Pretty straight?
Yeah, it is. It tends to hook a little bit, if anything. She likes a little bit of right to left ball flight.
So this is a good hole location for her if she can hang in there, but I'm sure even with the little draw, if she hits it, she's still trying to keep it 15 feet right of the hole, wouldn't you think?
Exactly.
She's looking well right.
Start at the middle of the green, just turning a little bit.
Just where her eyes were looking.
And she can rivet on that ball, can't she? Let's go to 8.
Now this par 4 front center hole location. Birdie putt, Natalie Gulbis. Watch this. On the wrong level.
Yeah, it's impossible. What a hole location. I watched Wee putt this ball right off the green from there.
Well, she would not be the only one that I've seen do that at the 8th. Natalie Gulbis struggling there. Angela Stanford, Hilary Lunky tied for the lead. Annika Sorenstam 3 back, and we'll be right back. while we were away, this was the par putt for Natalie Gulbis at the 8th. And that's a super 2-putt from the upper level of the green. She'll remain at 4 over par, coming off a double bogey at 7. To the 9th.
Rosie Jones for a birdie.
I like the way she turns in her left foot there. See how it's pigeoned in?
A little bit like Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, and then she hits through her putt so well.
Well, Rosie's out at even par, 36. And if you've just joined us here at this 58th U.S. Women's Open Championship because you see the Tigers got a 10-shot lead and they're in a rain delay at the Western Open, we welcome you to this championship. A little closer here is Angela Stanford and Hillary Lunke. The unlikely duo in the final pairing have a 3-shot lead over Annika Sorenstam. And here they are at the 6th. Lunke's 3rd at this par 4.
It looks like she's taken out pitching wedge or 9-iron and just going to run this over the ridge. That's very, very fast once it gets over that hill.
Can't say that was very well executed on the club selection or the shot played.
Yeah, not what she had in mind there.
I'm not sure what the heck she had in mind with that.
Well, I really think she would have been better off putting it. The lie wasn't bad, just barely a foot of fringe.
You know, when you're nervous or you want something awfully badly, maybe out of your element, you make decisions that are just, afterwards you go, what was I thinking?
Well, that's very true. Now, Angela Stanford, this is like putting down the bonnet of your car here. This is incredibly fast. If she can just move this about 2 feet, that'll be ideal.
This golf course is amazing. If you put the flag sticks in, you know, these other positions, front right, it seems that's not that hard of a course. And all of a sudden you start sticking them in these spots. It's like, whoa, where did this come from?
Well, the 6 players who began the round under par are a combined plus 11 today as we go over to 18. Grace Park with an eagle try.
That's the best approach we've seen out of that collection area for a few days.
Grace with a low round of the day so far as she plays this 18th. 2 under. Got 4 birdies, 5 birdies, had a double. How about that 5th? She double bogeyed the 5th hole. Grace Park did. So that has been the downfall of many a golfer today.
That's a heck of a round with a double bogey. Looking at a 68 right now.
Hovering high above that 6th hole. Stanford for her par.
And still chipping. Got a little sand wedge. She's gonna.
Do you need to chip this?
No, I think she could probably putt it. Well, she executed it very well, so she obviously had confidence in the shot.
It's going to be back-to-back bogeys for Stanford. Lunke's trying to avoid her 3rd bogey in the last 4 holes.
Well, this hole location is just wicked. There's really no way of stopping it if you're above the hole. You just pray you can make a recovery shot.
So now everybody's over par that began this round under par among those 6 players, including Stanford.
And Hillary Lunke has taken out her putter, which I think is a pretty smart play, seeing it's the strongest weapon in her bag. This putt's going to break a little bit left to right, back up the hill.
So Stanford and Lunke drop shots. And again, Annika Sorenstam has played +1 golf today, but that still has been good enough with Stanford and Lunke backing up to get back within 2.
Well, what it amounts to, if you had 2 tough hole locations in a row and both players, Stanford and Lunke, just basically played much of a chicken shot twice, and it cost them both. They played the last 2 holes 4 over par, this twosome. So
there it is. Just 3 players under par, and Sorenstam just 2 behind, despite being +1 today. At 18, Grace Park finishing up for birdie. And again, the round of this Sunday so far began tied for 31st, now into a tie for 13th, and probably going to move up as the day goes on with that 68. And Grace playing with Danielle Amakapane, one who criticized the Wheeze and the way they got themselves around the course. 74 for Amakapane. Over at the 7th, Bari Mackay at the par 5 made one. That was a moment ago. That was a par for Mackay, so she remains at +1. And now Jian Zhang not out of it. She has a chance to get it back to even within 3.
And after that debacle at the 5th, she stayed very calm, has hit some good shots. From 7 feet.
There you go. It'd be pretty unbelievable if Jian Zhang can get back in this. She's only 3 back, despite that 8 on the par 3 5th. Back out there is Annika Sorenstam at this 7th. Looks like she's going for this, Roger.
Just off the edge of the fairway, has a pretty good lie. 257 to the hole, 240 to the front. And I think if she can get kind of a hot draw going, she can run it up on the green here. And she's got this turning a little too far left.
Gonna leave her a long bunker shot there, not an easy one.
So she'll have her 3rd upcoming to that par 5. Sorenstam, back-to-back winner in 95 and 96. It's been a while since she's won this championship. She's only 2 back. Out to the 10th.
This 199-yard par 3 just a moment ago. Birdie putt for Rosie Jones. Across the green, turning to her left. And Jones with just the 2nd birdie of the day. Long par 3. So the 1 over par for the championship.
Just 4 back, Gary. Who knows,
well,
right?
That's right. And she can get off to a good start on the start of the back 9, and she's done it so far as we go to 7.
3rd at the par 5 for Song.
Just chased through a fairway bunker on an uphill slope in the grass, 134 yards.
Not a good angle, huh?
Not a good angle, and it'd be tough to hold the ball, I would think. This is going at the right side. I think that's really a pretty smart play to miss it over there, John.
Yep.
This is a great looking hole, isn't it, Roger? Those huge trees down the right side. You just got to really be careful not to go right, and then it's got great flow to it and a nice small opening if you can hit a hot draw, which Annika was not able to keep it to the right to do that.
Back over to 10.
Inkster for birdie from virtually the exact same line that Rosie Jones had. So she'll tap in for par, remain at +3. We go back to 7.
Annika, line 2 in that bunker. In consecutive years with an LPGA Tour win. Currently leads in that department. 9 consecutive years. Kari Webb trying to increase her 8-year streak. Record is 17, held by Kathy Whitworth, as Sorenstam continues to put numbers on the board, which by the time it's all said and done may just have her the best to ever play this game.
Yeah, and Julie Inkster at 43 years old has already done it this year, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, she's got the nice streak going for the mid-40 set.
Tough bunker shot here, Jim. Got to carry about 60 feet of bunker to reach the green. Then those chipping areas behind the green can be hard to hold if that's too thin. See ya.
Whoa. There's a shot you don't see Annika play, and in case you just tuned in, she's quite ill at the moment. She's got sore throat, she's got chills, she's got the flu. Just, you know, if she was probably feeling well, I would think right now she'd be highly favored to win this thing, but she's gonna have to gut it up.
Over to 8.
And a short birdie putt for Donna Andrews, but putting has not been her strength this week. She's striking the ball beautifully.
She waved at that one.
Yep, putter came up very quickly. Over to the 12.
First look at Patricia Mounier-Labouc. on tape at the par 3 12th.
Hole location's way over in the left. The water's just saying, don't come over here. Oh, perfect landing area there.
Winner of the Nabisco Championship, one of the ladies' majors.
That was about as good as you can do.
And over at 18, Lori Kane. This is the third shot, and this could be one of those predicaments which faces the leaders upcoming from that collection area.
You can't see it, but that's going down into a hole. It's about 4 feet below the green, and it's beautifully designed. And you go down there, you could hit a small bucket if you don't hit it hard enough.
Over at the par 5 7th, Jane.
And she's missed the fairway here to the right, but she's in the trampled down grass where the gallery has been walking.
Down
Not
green
too bad
also,
of a lie. Yeah, she's got a pretty good lie, taking out a fairway wood to punch it under the tree.
Choking down on it about 3 or 4 inches. And well, got a lot of grass at impact.
Ah, she's made pretty good contact. It looks like it's running right up there down the middle. That's a good play.
There's a scooter, huh?
It sure was. Perfect now.
Yeah, not too bad. It's really a nice hole right here.
It's a really tough hole. It looks like a little ribbon of dental floss going down here. It's hardly 15, 20 yards wide.
Well, let's get an update on Annika Sorenstam's situation, Roger.
Well, Annika getting relief. Her ball came to rest underneath the camera tower behind this green. So taking relief from that, first had to establish a line of sight relief to the hole. And then she must take 1 club length and then drop it within the second club length.
I bet she hasn't hit a shot like that since she was 10.
Over to the 9th while Annika looks that over. This is Kelly Robbins for birdie. Robbins came into this final round at +1. It was just 6 off the lead. A couple of bogeys in the last 3 holes, but that one finds the bottom. And Robbins moves it to +2. We move it to 8.
Just don't want to get above the hole here. It's dead.
That's right, Johnny. Second shot for Joan Jang.
That's it.
Now will it hit?
Come back.
Oh, it should. Catch the hill and come right back.
Gary, she hit a great drive, only had 121 yards left. That's the kind of yardage you want to have on this hole.
Brutal hole location here today at 8.
It's in a little low pocket there, and if you don't get it in this area right here, you are in big trouble. Over here's dead. This is dead, dead, dead.
Actually, the front bunker is not a bad place to be.
Yeah, because you got backboards.
Back to the 7th.
And Annika Sorenstam's 4th, Raj.
Well, is now going to have to play a pitch and run through the chipping area, the closely mowed area behind this green. Cannot land the ball on the putting surface, get it anywhere near the hole.
Playing it right off her right toe.
Come on.
Part of the game that Annika Sorenstam worked very hard on. She's going to run up there, hustle up to mark it before it has any designs of moving. Well, she's feeling good enough to do a little sprint up the slope. Trailing by 2. Ari Song's birdie attempt at the par 5 7th. So she's going to have that to remain at +1 as the MetLife fixed winged airplane continues to navigate the skies high above this beautiful golf course. Pumpkin Ridge Golf Course. 2 spectacular 18-hole layouts here. Not only the Witch Hollow course, which this championship is being played on, but the Ghost Creek golf course adjacent to it is a strong one as well.
There's that ribbon of fairway Jane Crafter was talking about on the 7th.
And this is Mounier Lebuc at that short par 3 12th for birdie. All that's left. And she moves it to +5. And back to the 7th. This is Annika for her par to remain 2 back.
Yeah, after a poor second shot, she could have hit the green in 2, and then a sculled wedge and bumping the run up here. You know, all Sweden par here if she makes that.
She's just shooting about as high as she can shoot right now, John.
Hasn't made anything, has she? Not 1 putt. She's 0 for what? 0 for 6 or something, around 12 feet on in.
It's going to be the 2nd bogey in the last 3 holes, and over to the 8th.
Joan Jang will be putting for yet another birdie. She's already made 3, but then of course we see the quintuple bogey 8.
Well, you can see this 8. It's hard to believe on a hole, Gary, that's 162 yards, you can make an 8, and then turn around on 7. It's 559 yards and make a 4, half the score.
Crazy game. How about this putt, Kate?
Well, this is a good place to be putting from. Uphill, a little right to left movement. This to get back into the red.
Firm stroke. Good try.
Most of the players have left that short today, Gary.
Yes, absolutely. That is severely uphill. Jang started playing when she was 13 years of age, won the Korean Women's Open Championship as well as the Korean Women's Amateur. Back to the 7th.
Ari Song to remain at +1.
Not much breaking, but uphill slightly.
Another drop shot for Song, who's dropped 3 in the last 2 holes, has faded to +2. She's played +3 golf on this par 5 7th alone in this championship. Same hole, 3rd shot now to this par 5 for Angela Stanford, tied for the lead with Lunke.
And it's a lengthy one, Dan. It's 227 yards. The drive was in the right-hand rough, not a good lie. The club really grabbed and turned it quickly to the left, so she's left herself a long way here. But her 5 wood out.
I know I wouldn't want to be hitting fairway woods into these crazy hard tiered greens.
It looks good though.
And turning a little bit left.
Oop. Same spot that Annika, same bunker that Annika bladed over the green.
Over at the 10th just a moment ago. Downhill birdie putt for Natalie Gulbis. Plenty of speed. Oh, in the back of the hole. She moves to +3 for the championship.
It was moving pretty good across that green. And next weekend at NBC, NASCAR moves into the Windy City first on Saturday at 2:30 Eastern Time. It's Busch Series Racing from Chicago, presented by Midas, and then on Sunday at 2:30 Eastern Time, beginning with that Discover Card countdown to green. NASCAR's best tackle, the Tropicana 400. NASCAR on NBC next weekend.
Yeah, Greg Biffle got his first win last night. That was pretty sweet. Yeah, I'm sure he's pumped.
Riveted in your hotel room on that, Johnny?
Oh yeah, good stuff.
3rd shot now for Lunke at the par 5 7th.
And this is from 180 yards. The wind is just coming a little bit from her left to right. This is a 5-iron. It's going to be aiming at the right front of the green.
Miss it.
Really just clanked it, really. That was, you could tell by the sound, it was thin and the face was open and just glanced the ball over to the right. So another struggling par effort.
So far, the round of the championship on this Sunday has been turned in by Grace Park with a final round 68, and she's with Kelly Tillman. Kelly?
Thanks, Dan. One of only 2 subpar rounds on the day. The other posted also by a former U.S. Amateur champion, Dorothy Dellison, and you, Grace Park. Congratulations on your round.
Thank you.
Give us an idea of how tough the course is playing with those Sunday pin placements by the USGA.
Oh, starting the first hole, the pin position is unbelievably tough. They're tucked in the corners, back on the side by the hazard. It's hard out there today.
How good does your round feel considering all that?
Oh, I'm so relieved to finally play well at the Open, and nice to see that I've moved up about 20 spots today, so that's definitely a good feeling.
You've won just about every USGA championship there is. This has to be next on the list to cross off. How important is it to you?
Well, U.S. Open definitely is the biggest tournament in our women's golf, and it is definitely one of my goals to win it someday. But it didn't happen this year. I'm gonna keep trying, and hopefully get another run at it next year.
Birdies at 16 and 18, 2 under in your last 3 holes. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the tests will be for the leaders when they come down the stretch. You handled it. How will they?
Well, actually, 16, 17, I think are pretty fair, but it's the holes before, 13, 14, 15, with very tough pins between the hazards and you know, you're gonna, and the fairways are very tight and the greens are hard. They're very hard to stop, so it's gonna be interesting how people finish. But as I said, 16 and 17, I think are fair pins today, and people will have run at it on 18.
There's a good chance you'll be holding up this trophy one day. One of your fellow Koreans in the mix right now, Jeon Jang. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to 7.
Thanks, Kelly. And Lunke first to play at this par 5, scrambling for their pars, Lunke and Stanford.
Well, she's got a good lie in the intermediate rough. She just needs to land this ball just on the green. She's got a little sand wedge out. Well, not her best effort, not too bad.
Again, Lunke 3 bogeys in the last 4 holes, and a challenge here to not add to that. Okay, Angela Stanford is next from that bunker, Jane.
Well, she's got a good lie. She's come out of the rake marks that I believe Annika Sorenstam was in. Pretty straightforward bunker shot here.
Annika was quite a bit farther back. She had a long bunker shot, so this is easier than where Annika was.
A nicely played effort there.
So a couple of par attempts for the final group as we take you over to the 9th, and the tee shot at this par 4 for Vari Mackay. This hole bit her earlier in this championship big time.
Went in that center bunker, and pretty good shape there, though.
You got to choose your route around that bunkering, which is right in the middle of the fairway. This 9th hole, the longest par 4 here at Pumpkin Ridge, has quickly become the bane of many a golfer, and it was Vari Mackay who a couple of days ago fell victim to its intolerant demeanor. It all began with a tee shot, found that bunker in the middle of the fairway. Slope and the lie was about as nasty as they come. She came to this hole at 9 under par, and she was hitting her 4th when her pleas became desperate.
6, 6, 6, 6. Come on, 6. Please.
I like that please.
The please at the end, but the balls at 9 have a habit of not listening, Johnny.
Just a brutal hole she had here. Just who knows, if she didn't make that score on that hole, she might have won this thing.
A triple bogey derailed an outstanding round, but in a way that 8-footer felt like a strange victory for the thin leader of this championship. But Annika Sorenstam knows all about the 9th. 6 years ago she arrived at this championship in hopes of an unprecedented three-peat, but the 9th hole memory from '97 remained unforgotten heading into this championship. In the 2nd round back in '97, Sorenstam's 2nd shot from that bunker left her with a difficult 3rd, and from there the thick matted down native grass would win this battle. Like Mackay, Sorenstam would end up with a triple bogey, and it would help derail her chances of an unprecedented 3rd straight title. She missed the cut as the 9th claimed another victim. And there the bunkers looming again in the fairway at the 427-yard par 4, the longest par 4 here at Pumpkin Ridge. And Mackay in much better shape on this Sunday.
She used a 3 metal off the tee, is on the right side, has a very long shot in 204 yards.
Stay there, ball. Stay. Okay, Kate back. Kate left.
She's been begging and pleading all day over almost every shot.
And this time the ball listened a little bit.
Not too bad.
Plus 11 in the last 27 holes for Mackay, who started off with that opening round of 66 and still had a 4-shot lead after a 2nd round 70. At the 7th for par is Stanford. She's got it this time. She avoids 3 straight bogeys. That was a big putt to remain at 3 under. Over to 8.
Second shot, Annika Sorenstam, 152 yards to the hole.
This is quite the hole occasion, Gary.
Yeah. Well, she's looking like it might be a little left, Johnny. Will it get the kick? Oh.
She's looked out everything, and now she's got a crazy putt from there.
Well, it's going to come on back, but still, it'll be a very tough 2-putt.
Well, that's better than up on top.
On top, that's exactly right.
Crazy 8.
Yeah, that's really some hole location.
Back to 7.
We'll see if Lunke can match Stanford's par here.
Boy, she's just doing nothing right now. Just head's got to be swirling. Not hitting any greens in regulation. Both Lunke and Stanford in the last hour, just almost not one green in regulation. Tough stuff.
After that huge long birdie putt at the first, Johnny had the par at the second, and now it's going to be 4 bogeys in the last 5 holes if she makes this, and Stanford's going to have the outright lead for the very first time in this championship. So Lunke is definitely leaking oil here. She falls to +3 on the day and is now a shot behind her playing competitor Stanford. Wonder if there's going to be anybody under par by the time this day is over as we swing it over to 8 again.
Here, Annika Sorenstam faces a tough birdie putt here. And, you know, she switched back to a regular putting grip from the left-hand low just last week, saying that she felt like she had better feel with the regular grip. Felt like she would certainly need it on these greens. Also got a little help from Dave Stockton, who suggested that when she's home practicing, to not practice on the Bermuda greens when she's going to be putting on bent greens in tournaments.
Well, she's going to need good feel on this one. This one uphill, over a ridge, and then straight down, breaking right.
There's the over. Now it'll start picking up speed. It's pretty well done, Roger.
Not bad at all.
Head to 11.
On the par 5, Julie Inkster for birdie. Up and down around for the defending champion, but moves it back to +2 within 5. Tied for 6th with everybody backing up. Stanford and Lunke. It's brought not just Sorenstam back into it and Jian Zhang, but Rosie Jones is 4 back. There's Inkster sitting there at 5 back. As we continue from a very difficult golf course this has turned out to be, Pumpkin Ridge. Varia Mackay's birdie attempt at the hole which she tripled a couple of days ago, and she's going to get a par out of it today, the final day.
Yeah, anytime you can par this 9th hole, you can't be too upset. The hardest fairway on the course to hit. Just 40% of the field, 44% of the field hits this twin fairway.
Over to 8.
Par putt for Sorenstam. Good. Nice 2-putt from a tough spot. Remains at even par. Hear some airplane noise, and we're right next door to a little airport. Johnny, is that your charter that's taking you down the river later?
I'd like to have that.
Johnny's
plane.
downgraded the last few years, Gary.
Yeah, well,
used to fly those jets, and he's well.
Hey, that thing is probably a lot of fun. Not much traffic up there.
Kelly Robbins 3rd at the par 5 11th. She's at +2. Certainly not out of it if she can get it going. Look at that.
Yeah.
Going to have that putt to get it to +1 within 4.
I'll tell you what, this championship's going. There's a bunch of players that we sort of wrote off, and all of a sudden they're rewritten on.
Here's Sorenstam, certainly in it. 3 back.
Should probably try to hit this little left ribbon right here. It's only about 20 yards wide at the most. Big full follow through. Somebody said good swing. Sound like her caddy.
Bigger.
There, that's Harry McNamara, and it's a beauty.
We tops in driving distance at this championship this week with a 281-yard average, 8 yards longer than the #2 player, Sorenstam. At the 12th, Inkster.
I guarantee you, she's looked at that leaderboard. It's like a shark smelling blood. saying, hey, I'm not out of this. Make a few more birdies. She's be headhunting.
This shot here.
Good one there, the way she putts. 2 over par, and who knows, even par or 1 under par might be the score now. I thought it was going to be a little lower.
That is how Inkster won that championship last year on the greens. Now Ari Song.
This is a great golf swing, folks. This is about as good as you get for her size and physique. Much the way she swings, just turn. I mean, that's speed. Just, that might be too much hook, though. That was very quick, but maybe she's playing that hook. Yep, not bad at all. Chasing down there. Just a powder keg of muscles.
Over at the 12th, this is a feisty little player who's been scrambling for that first major championship. Rosie Jones with 13 wins, the most of any active player without a major. She's a +1. Talking to it.
Oh man, that hurts there, because she was only 1 over, like you said, and hunting for that flagstick and just barely missed it.
Well, there's that flagstick at 8.
Hillary Lunke will be first to play.
Well, Gary, her lie in the rough is not too bad, but with the distance she has, she's got to hit this 149 yards all the way to the hole. I don't believe that she can go at this whole location. I don't think that would be a smart play.
Well, putting it in the front bunker is not a bad place to be, but we've seen very few players come up short.
The thing is, if you don't hit it where the flagstick is, on any other spot on the green, you're going to 3-putt it maybe 40% of the time, aren't you, Gary?
At least.
I mean, it's just, you can't really bail out here. You almost got to just try to hit a miracle shot and hit the bunker or just over. Front and left's not terrible.
It looks like she has a 7-iron. Wind is a little bit from her back.
Oh,
right there. Kick right.
Looked like it came out low and left.
Yeah, it was a very thick lie, Gary.
That'd be a fun pitch shot.
Oh, she'll be doing well to keep it on the green.
Only 2 out of 8 greens in regulation.
Zhong Jiang at the 10th. 199-yard par 3. Lofted Metalwood. And that'll chase through behind the hole, leave a downhill putt, but still quite well done. We go to 8. Second shot for Stanford.
And that was from 143 yards, hooking to the left.
Oh, that is really not good.
Well, Stanford and Lunke continue to struggle. The only players under par on this championship. They've got more difficulties at the 8th. You've got Sorenstam just 3 back. John Jiang, despite an 8 on the par 3 today, is in it. This is turning into a topsy-turvy final day here.
Well, like Grace Park said, there are a few hole locations you can take advantage of, like 16 and 17, but there's a whole bunch of them, like 8, and a lot of them we've seen so far that are just you have to hit quality shots. And what we're seeing is, to be real frank, not a lot of quality shots, and especially in the last hour, Angela Stanford and Hillary Lunke have just played clunky golf, to be honest with you, and they're going to have trouble here on 8 again. So I'd say the lead's going to be Stanford will be 2 under, and Lunke will probably be 1 under, and then you got Inkster, who's, you know, like I said, smelling blood, so to speak. And when she sees that leaderboard going south, she just came off a birdie, and she's going for another birdie, and so she might post a score. Who knows? She might play a couple under from here on in, get back to level par, and level par could win this thing outright.
Yep, she's part of that group, Johnny. 9 players within 5 shots of the lead, and this could get her within 4 if she's able to get this down at the 12th. So just when you thought you could count so many players out of the championship, Stanford and Lunke have brought everybody back in it.
This is not a hard putt, really. Aiming a little left. Looks great.
Might see a fist pump here. Oh, no.
Oh, man, she's saying, how close can he come without going in? Just ran out of speed. But well played hole.
Inkster looking for a 3rd win of this championship in the last 5 years, remains 5 back. Playing with Rosie Jones, who put her tee shot in the water at 12 as we go to 8.
And Hillary Lunke with a lot of work left here, Jane.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Gary. Actually, she's probably got the easier shot of the 2 of them, but neither of them are any bargain at all. Lunke's got to land this on the about 3 or 4 yards on the front of the green and let it try and trundle over.
Yes, it will. This is nicely played. Still leaves another lengthy par putt. Ahead to 9.
Second for Song here, Roger.
157 yards to the hole, wind helping him from left to right. This is a 7-iron. Green falls off just right of the hole, so players are going to try to keep it a little left if possible.
There's a faults back there, and also on the right, just 5 feet right of, on our left, it falls off in the back. It falls off to the right. It's just, this is to me, 8 and 9. The whole occasion of 8 and 9 are just downright unbelievable. This right here, if you hit it right here, it'll run right off the green. Even though you're right on the line with the flagstick, just a couple feet off line, there's a big hole there. Like same thing on 18. 5 feet left of the hole on 18, rolls all the way down into that low area.
Back to 8.
Well, and look where Stanford is looking.
Oh, Gary, this is such a hard shot. I mean, it looks so shiny heading back down towards the flag, aiming well left, as you can see.
Trying to lob it up onto the top level and have it just trickle down.
Is it going to stay on top of the ridge?
I don't think so. Here it
there
comes.
It goes.
Coming.
Yeah, but it's going to run through the green. It is so slopey there. All right, not bad.
It's not too often that you see somebody chip from the edge and be happy they missed the green.
There were a lot worse places that ball could have ended up, Johnny, no question. Up to 9.
Big shot for Annika Sorenstam at this difficult night.
Want to keep it just left of the hole, Annika, and just give yourself a nice straight putt. And she does just that. Not maybe as close as she wanted, but that's a very makeable putt.
Boy, you can just feel the tension build here. Pretty golf course, Johnny, but the Witch Hollow course is no pumpkin today on this Sunday. Wow.
Well, the beauty of this course is there are flagsticks out here that you can protect par just as much as you would like setting it up. And you know, that's a good thing when you if maybe you got rain or something easy happens or the rough doesn't grow in like Olympia Fields. You got some flagsticks so you can say, hey, it's playing soft, but try to hit it into these spots.
Course average today more than 76. That's about 2 full shots higher than it played back in '97, the first time it hosted this championship.
See if she can get to the hole, Gary.
Slow putt coming up the hill.
Just people are not. I talked to the marshal there. I was out there watching Michelle Wie, and she was saying, hey, nobody's getting this putt to the hole. Gary, this group has hit a total out of 16 tries in greens and regulation. They've hit 6 out of 16 tries, which is not sterling.
No, it certainly isn't, Johnny. And you know, we touched on it, didn't we, at the top of the show? Neither one of these two players has ever been in a situation anywhere near what they're experiencing today. Up to 12.
Kelly Robbins tapped in for birdie at the previous hole. It's +1 within 3.
Dangerous left hole location over that water. You need a precision shot, and she's played a pretty good one, but just chases through. If a little shorter, would have fed right back down by the flagstick. So a little unfortunate there. Leaves herself a pretty straight chip down the hill.
Over to 10.
Birdie putt for John Jang. I don't think it'll turn quite that much. That's a good par. This 10th hole playing is the 4th most difficult on the course today.
It's funny, but through the first 3 rounds, it was the easiest par 3. 16th easy, you know, the 3rd easiest hole out here, but
well,
not today.
They used the front tee the first 2 days, Johnny. Now it's back 190 plus.
Yeah, that'll do it.
As we go back to 8, Hillary Lunke, par putt.
Pretty quick putt with a lot of break from left to right.
Well done there.
So Hillary Lunke with a great save there remains at 2 under par, tied for the lead.
Final group has reached the par 4 ninth, and Hillary Lunke, after that long par save at 8, remains at 2 under, tied for the lead, but the lead is just 2 over Sorenstam, who has a birdie putt ahead of them at the 9th green.
Now she's going to try to go down that left side, I think, and it's only like 20 yards wide. I mean, it's maybe even 16 in the spots. So That's something that you have trouble hitting a 5-iron into, but very straight hitter until really today. Fairways, she's hit just 3 fairways. So it's 3 fairways and 2 greens in regulation, and she's tied for the lead. I mean, how good is that? But you noticed on the first hole, all the drives all started going left, and I said maybe that's going to be a precursor for later on. The ball's not in the bunker, but she's way back there. She only hits it, 228, 229 on average. So she's got a big second shot, and this is Sorenstam's birdie, putting right up the draw here. It's an easy putt.
This to get within 1. Didn't get it there. But who knows, depending on what happens with Stanford and Lunky behind them, she may creep to within 1 if they drop another shot, and they have been dropping them. Here's Stanford now.
Players have been hitting the fairway in the last few holes. Crucial here.
Shot.
They like that one.
Well, that's her 4th fairway she's hit on the front 9, so a little struggling there.
Up to the 18th. This is going to be a par attempt for Sairi Pak. Moment ago, finishing up. Tough championship for her. Never seemed to get it going after that opening round. 77. The winner from Black Wolf Run in 98. Had a 9, a score of a 9 on the par 4 14th. So a quintuple for her as well on a round to a final round 82. At 10.
It's a tough putt to read. It just does not break.
That was a bid for 3 in a row for Gulbis. Robbins also missed her birdie attempt, so Robbins remains at +1 within 3. Robbins still has a par putt left here to remain at +1, playing with Gulbis.
We saw her right at the green in the first cut of rough, and it's very quick there. Probably came quite close to going in, but another putt. Actually, this is a weird little hole location here. You saw Gulbis's putt actually not break towards the water, straight as an arrow, and then this putt will actually try to break to the back of the green, which is, very rare. Normally, putts always break to the front of the green, and it'll be interesting to see if she knows this and reads it correctly.
Now, 1 player on the course is in red numbers for the day, and only Kelly Robbins is even par for the rounds, trying to stay there at 12. Before we get to that, over at 10.
Sorenstam on the tee at the par 3.
It's a 4-iron, taking it at the right side of the green. It's not drawing, though. Ooh, takes a hard bounce to the right.
Very poor bounce, Roger. I thought that ball might kick a little left.
If she hit it worse, it would have kicked left, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Hit right in that seam, and she has not made a 1 putt yet. All 2 putts.
Back at 12.
So this was a moment ago. Kelly Robbins' par attempt.
See if she reads it correctly.
Yep.
So Robbins even par today. Again, of the golfers on the course, the best so far.
Back at 10, Ari Song.
And she has selected a 4-iron as well. Players really pretty hard to go with this flagstick, playing downwind as firm as these greens are. I think they're trying to hit it at the camera tower behind the green if they can, and if they can work it a little right to left and get it hop, maybe they can get it in there 15, 20 feet right of the hole, huh?
Yeah, I think so. That's where we've seen the 3 birdies that have been made today have come from right of the hole, Roger. Ari Song has played much better on the back 9 throughout this championship. She needs to do it now.
This at the right side of the green, but really kind of leaking a little to the right.
It will stay on the extreme right-hand side of the green. A long way from the hole. Back to the 9th.
And this is what Hillary Lunky is dealing with on her 2nd, Jane.
Well, she got a tree there on Jane.
She does, actually. She got a good break. At least she didn't go in the bunker. She can hit her 7-wood and try and land it short and just let it skip up onto the green.
She just have to miss those limbs by a foot or something?
Yeah, about that.
I mean,
she does have a little bit of room.
Are right here, folks, and she's got to hit it right along there.
Now the wind's helping a little bit.
Curl a little bit. Kick left. A little more.
No, not a bad effort from there.
Not at all.
That ball got kicked out of that first cut of rough, which was a great break. I thought it was going to hang right up against it. So not an easy little pitch shot, but pretty good shot from where she was with that tree there.
Quick look at the leaderboard. There were 6 players who began this final round under par. Just 2 remain, Lunky and Stanford. Sorenstam at even. Sorenstam +2 today. John Jang, despite a quintuple bogey, 8 on the par 3 fifth, still in contention, just 2 behind. And those players at +3, just 5 behind. And back at the 9th, Stanford with a good drive and a chance to perhaps pick up some ground, but again, a very difficult hole location.
Yeah, it's not a real hard one just to keep the ball in the middle of the green, but if you go through, it'll run off that back edge, false edge, and then it's got a big old false edge on the right. So you got to just keep the ball right in this area, about right there, and that's a good spot.
155 yards.
Those eyes.
That's a good play. She kept in front of the hole.
Boy, she just is right along the edge of the drop off. Just barely okay.
Up ahead to 18, the par 5. Beth Daniel finishing up for birdie. This is a chance for a birdie finish for Beth.
Just a straight in putt.
Beth in her 27th Open has never won this championship. In many ways has kind of mirrored Nancy Lopez in her unsuccessful bid back in '97. That is Annika Sorenstam's shot at 10.
So Annika will have that putt for par when we return to the 58th United States Women's Open Championship at Pumpkin Ridge.
Well, this has been a 6-year struggle for Annika Sorenstam to regain this title. It was back here in '97, right here at Pumpkin Ridge, where the pressure and the quest to win an unprecedented 3rd straight championship proved too much for her to bear. Tears shielded beneath her shades as she walked up 18, missing the cut. And then last year at Prairie Dunes, it appeared the wait was over. A 2-shot lead into the final round, but too many miscues. Final round 70, and Inkster chased her down with her 66. So as she began this final round, Sorenstam was 3 off the pace and looking to finally end the Open Championship wait. But has not been able to get much going today. A birdie missed there at the 3rd, and in her 3rd shot at the par 5 7th over the green would go on to bogey at 1 of 2 on the day. Nevertheless, Sorenstam continues the chase on this championship, and it is within reach, just a couple of shots behind.
Yeah, sure, her legs might be a little like noodles. The fact that she's got a little bit of the flu going right now, and maybe that was why she hit it thin coming out of that bunker on 7.
Moment to go at the 9th, the 3rd for Lunky, co-leader with Stanford.
Pretty good distance control there coming out of that little side hill fall off.
That is a beauty. You can hear her husband Tyler say beauty. It was. And now Stanford for birdie.
She's playing it to go a little bit to her left. Let's see if that comes back. It doesn't do much. And she's saying, come on.
Stanford 14th on the money list after her first win last week as a rookie. A couple of years ago, finished 98th on the money list. Again from Saginaw, Texas, just north of Fort Worth.
She's had a great week putting, 2nd in putting.
Now at 13, Julie Inkster, big par saving attempt here. No. +3, we go to 10.
Sorenstam for par. And finally, a 1 putt for Annika Sorenstam. Ends at even. 2 off the lead. Back to the 9th.
And Lunky faced with this for par after that beautiful 3rd.
Straight in.
Okay, so a couple of pars, a couple of nice pars, especially that long save at 8 has stopped the bleeding there for Lunky, who had bogeyed 3 of 4. So out in plus 339 at the turn, and Stanford out in plus 238, tied for the lead after the first 9.
Play has been a little slow, I think mostly because of tough hole locations today, and players have struggled.
At the 11th, the par 5, the third for Vari Mackay, just 4 back. Still doing some talking. And she's got a chance for another birdie. And at the 13th, second for Kelly Robbins, just 3 behind. Robbins, by the way, has made her way to the top of the list in greens and regulation this week.
She's a very strong player and beautiful setup. As close she stands to the ball, a nice statuesque position. Takes the club up nice, right up the line and right down the line. And that's a super shot.
Over to the 11th, third shot for John Jang Kay.
Hit her second shot in good position, great angle. This is almost going to be like a very long chip and run shot. Well, that was the right idea. Just need a little more power behind that shot.
Back to the tee of this par 5, reachable for Annika Sorenstam.
She'll need to turn this right to left and challenge that fairway bunker down the left-hand side, and she's trying to do just that.
Go straight. Yes.
Okay.
Well, she didn't get the benefit of all the roll she would have gotten if she landed in the short grass, but it did pop out and gives herself a good angle to chase it down there on this double dogleg par 5.
Back over to the par 3 10th.
And Lundkey should be first to play. Let's take a look at her stats. Fairways hit just 3 of 7, greens just 2 of 9. And she came in, obviously, was saying hitting fairways was her strength. So, struggling today.
Well, Gary, this is a 9-wood she's selected here. Obviously got to play to the right front of the green. Good-looking swing.
Asking for it to go hard. Well, it should bound up. And that's a well-played shot. And Angela Stanford, 4 of 7 fairways, 5 of 9 greens. Hillary Lundkey had a phone call last night from John Harris, the former U.S. amateur champion, who is the business partner of Lundkey's father, Bill Homeyer. They own an insurance agency together back in Edina, Minnesota. Stanford.
And she selected a 5-iron, Gary. Starting at the middle of the green, just turning back.
Well, will it chase up? It will. Oh, very nice. So Angela Stanford with a well-played shot to the difficult par 3 10th will have a chance, realistically, to take the outright lead when we return.
Jenny! You gotta be kidding me!
5-year anniversary of that putt on the 18th, 72nd hole at Black Wolf Run that got Jenny into the playoff with Sari Pak. Pak eventually winning that championship. Here the 2003 version, second for Annika at the par 5, 11th, 2 back.
This from 262. I don't know that she can get it there. This ball cutting to the right.
That's not a great place to miss it there.
By the way, both John Jang and Vari Mackay made pars up ahead of Sorenstam, so Mackay remains at +2, Jang at even. And now Kelly Robbins a chance to get it to even. She'll remain 3 back.
And at the par 3 10th, Hillary Lunke will be first to putt. Jane, long birdie effort.
Yeah, it's 40 feet, I would say, approximately, Gary, and not going to do a whole heck of a lot here. A good place to be putting from, though. Smart play to leave the ball underneath the hole.
Once again, her speed is very good. Ahead to 12.
Jian Zhang. More water at this par 3.
Dangerous shot.
Sit.
Might be going left. Oh, maybe right. And that, ooh, that is in a terrible spot looking right at that flagstick in the water.
Guess you can't blame her after what happened at that par 3 fifth.
Yeah, that was a bail. That was like, oh, please don't do what I did on the fifth hole.
Well, on the bag of Hillary Lunke, she graduated from Stanford in 2001. Playing with Angela Stanford. So go Cardinal for Hillary, but not go Stanford in this case. Regards to Angela.
Well, Angela is number 2 in putting this week, Gary.
And this a very makeable putt.
I believe it's going to break just a little bit from her right to left.
Ooh, that
It was an aggressive stroke.
Wow.
It's like she was so excited to have a birdie putt. Been few and far between today. And she's got a little bit of work to do left here, about 3 feet.
It's nothing like this championship, is there, Jane, for a gut-wrenching experience when you're in contention?
Well, indeed, and it's rather fun to watch. It's a little less nerve-wracking being on this side of the ropes.
Safely in for Stanford. Remains at 2 under par. And they'll move on to the 11th.
And that's where, Johnny, you begin your little tour here of the Witch Hollow course.
All right, you can see par 5, 534 yards. Double dog leg. You don't see that too often. I'll keep it right at that bunker. Most of the players will hit it sort of level with that bunker. Some 3 woods off the tee, and then you have to keep the ball. The next one, look at how narrow it is. Trees on the right, and that bunker that we're coming to now on the right is really in a bad spot. And the tree on the left, you have to shade it right by there. But if you hit it just past the bunker on the left, you can go into this hole location, which is on the right front side, front middle. And you got a nice opening there to chase it on in case you don't hit the fairway. And then the 14th hole, it's been playing the hardest hole on the golf course this week. It's really a tough tee shot because you got to move the ball right to left. If you don't, you run through the fairway. And the big thing here you can't see is the second shot drops dramatically downhill, and the green runs away from the player. And you got water in front. The green's hard as a rock, and you got an environmentally sensitive area over the green about 15-20 feet past the green. So par there is a great score, and you need to hit the fairway. And then the 17th hole, 419 yards. It's a famous hole that Tiger Woods made that great putt to level up the match with Steve Scott, but you need to drive it in the fairway here. And you got sort of a blindish second shot, but the hole is cut today right where the ball wants to end up. It's in the back part of the green, right in a little bit of a funnel. So if you play the hole well, you got a good chance to make birdie. Then 18, very intimidating off the tee. Overall, this junk here, all this natural stuff. Aim at that right bunker just on the left edge and hit a hot hook and get it down where we are now. You can go for the green, but look at how narrow it is. You can go right through the trees here and run it onto the green, but it's a very small opening. If not, you got to lay it up and go in with a wedge. And the hole location is right near that fall off that's on the left side of the green, right there. So it's a great finish. A lot of good holes out here, but what a shot this is.
Jian Zhang second at the par 3 12th.
Unfortunate the ball's not in the bunker. Awkward lie. Green slipping away.
Water on the other side. Be all right.
Very predictable. The ball would end up there. Actually better off there than in the water.
Look at the par threes this week, and +5 on one of them today at the 5th, where she hit it in the water twice. Now at 11, the par 5 third for Sorenstam.
Bad angle. But plays the shot that it was given her, left to the flag stick, and see if that comes back at all. Good shot.
Back on the tee, co-leader Lunky. 534-yard par 5.
Club head speed's a lot like I said, Rosie Jones, Emily Klein. When it comes down, you can almost watch the club head. It's just real slow club head speed, maybe like 85, 90 miles an hour, but very accurate.
That's a better one here, Johnny, down the right side. In good shape.
Tell you, this group hanging in there. A moment ago at 14, Rosie Jones for birdie. Had a couple of tough holes preceding this. Double at the 12th, bogey at the 13th, but Rosie's still fighting with that birdie at 14, gets it back to +3, +1 today. 4 holes left for Rosie.
Can't believe how beautifully she hits through those putts. Big follow through.
Now Annika for her very first birdie of the day.
Downhill, breaking to her right. Quick putt.
Just playing like she's feeling, probably, Roger. Just not feeling well at all. Got the flu, just came on last day or so, and just cannot get any spark.
Although not a lot of golfers have found much of a spark today at this golf course as you go back to Stanford at this par 5.
Good shot there, right? Split the middle.
Stanford and Lunky, that unlikely final pair, continue to lead. Back at this U.S. Women's Open, Kelly Robbins 3 off the lead, second to the par 4 14th.
And this is the hardest approach shot the women will see all year. Right here. You hit a great drive like Kelly, it's not as tough, but boy, most of the field is just scary city. You see that environmentally sensitive hazard there right behind the green. That's a very good shot she hit. She got to challenge the water in the front and that stake in the back. So whew, tough.
Over at the 12th for her par 3 while we were away, Jian Zhang, who's been struggling on the par 3s. Going to drop another shot. So +5 on the par 3 5th, +1 on this par 3 12th. And Jian Zhang falls to +1. MetLife is providing today's aerial coverage of this championship. You can look to the skies for MetLife, teaming up with NBC at future events throughout the year. At the 12th, Ari Song's tee shot, Roger.
This ball going to the right looks like it needs to get up too a little bit.
That's right where she was aiming, Rod. She was aiming about 40 feet right of the hole and just saying, hey, pars are great.
It's a hard looking little shot here, John.
Yes, it is.
137 to the hole, 132 to cover that left side of water.
Well,
not much room.
She accelerates so much she can't hit that draw shot, but if you could draw it, it makes it a lot easier to land where she did and work it right down by the flagstick.
Song not out of it after that birdie at 11 at +2, trailing by 4. Sorenstam trailing by 2 is next.
Has selected a pitching wedge. Wind feeling like it's coming against her from the right.
Solid.
She's turning it right to left, a little right of the hole. Oh, what a beautiful play.
Barely made it over.
He's -4 on the par 3s this week, which is really strong. Probably leads the field in that category.
That didn't have much room to spare.
Nope, that was half a club in between. It wasn't probably a smooth 9 would have put her just past the hole.
6 players began at her par, 2 are left. Stanford and Lunky both over par. Sorenstam is +2. Golf course has turned into a treacherous journey on this final Sunday. Robbins, the only player there you see there in contention. That is at even par, has the best round going of the players on the golf course. Jian Zhang had a quintuple bogey, 8 at the par 3 5th. Still just 3 back. Gulbis is 4 back. Mackay, Ari Song.
This is like a hike through Death Valley. There's no birdies involved, just survival.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't been easy all week, but these hole locations today and the Sunday pressure is combined into a very, very tough Sunday.
It's played a lot tougher this time than 1997 when 13 players finished under par. But Allison Nicholas against Nancy Lopez. Great open, one of the great opens in history. Great, well-played open.
Gulbis over there with Robbins. Gulbis is at +2, 4 back. This her third.
She elected not to challenge the water, and it's now got this cross-green pitch that looks pretty darn good if it keeps going. I'd say, Natalie, you did pretty darn good from there.
Just about a third of the players, Johnny, reaching this green in regulation.
If you don't hit the fairway, you could just sort of kiss it off. You got to hit way short and run it through that tongue there, and of course the water's looking right at your ball, and she probably had that shot and kept it right of the green.
Up ahead to 15.
See that turned in left foot and how far she follows through, Gary.
Well, she is a good putter, John, no question about it. This 15th is just playing tough, 170 yards. Hole cut some 6 paces over the bunker, and we've seen just 2 birdies on this hole today.
Looking back at 14, Robbins for a birdie.
Not that hard to putt, really. It's just not much break. Left edge. She played it break 4 or 5 inches, but just a left edge putt. Kelly, should have been caddied for you.
She's had her chances. She's had some makeable birdie putts, but remains at +1, 3 behind. 9 wins in Kelly Robbins' 12-year career. The one major coming back at the '95 LPGA Championship, but it has been some 4+ years since her last victory.
She's looking at it like, I can't believe that doesn't break more to the right.
Over at 11, third of the par 5 for Lunky. Jane.
She has a gap wedge here. She's just in the intermediate cut, sorry. 106 yards total.
Good angle, huh?
Yeah, it is perfect.
She might even make birdie, Jane.
That's a pretty good looking shot here. Nice shot. She might even make eagle.
Just when you think Lunky and Stanford are going to fade down the leaderboard, they come up with a brilliant shot.
Well, that was a perfect angle, a nice lie, and a great yardage, and a receptive hole location. So that had the green light special going. Another one right here.
Exactly, almost the same yardage. Stanford with a sand wedge.
It's nice when you see somebody knock it stiff in front of you. It sort of gives you a little positive mojo going.
And that also a good looking shot.
Over to 12, Sorenstam still looking for that birdie.
Downhill, will break to her left.
Nope.
A lot of putts low today, Roger. Just feeling low and leaving them low.
Just pitching a shutout so far.
Yeah. Just nothing. And the funny thing is she's in 3rd place. Just lurking, waiting for, you know something's going to happen good somewhere between now and about 4:30.
Here's someone looking for something good to happen. Julie Inkster, birdie putt at 15. To the 11th.
Nice ovation for Hillary Lunky after that 3rd shot, which should get her to 3 under. It'll be her first birdie since that bomb she sank at the opening hole at the 1st.
She really has had no really birdie opportunities since number 1. I mean, it's not like she's been missing 10-footers for birdie. They just haven't been any 10-footers.
The best finish in her career, a tie for 15th. Is about to take the lead in this championship again. As you look at John Jang at 13.
Very much out of position here, Kay.
Just the 3rd fairway that she's missed. She's in very heavy primary rough.
Bad angle, huh?
Yeah, not a good angle. She's going to have to try to cut it out of the rough, which is very tough to do.
Odds of her hitting the green here about 1 in 5.
And just opted for a punch out of sorts. See if you can get it up and down from about 50 yards away.
She's probably smart. There's a lot of long bunker shots there she would not have wanted, and long rough, so that was a wise decision.
Jang tied with Robbins there at 3 back at +1. Back to the 12th. Ari Song for par, remain at +2.
Yeah.
The tee at 15.
Natalie Gulbis.
What a swing, huh, Gary?
Yeah, it's a little different, that's for sure. Well across the line at the top. Tell you what, that is a fine shot, though.
Tough hole location here, huh?
Yeah, we have not seen anybody inside of 10 feet there. So we go back to 11.
Stanford first to play here for birdie, Jane.
No, she's got to be a little bit careful with this putt. She got a big bounce with her sand wedge and took her just up on top of this left-hand tier. She's got to come downhill, left to right. And just kept motoring.
A little easier, and that was in. That was just too hard, but perfect line.
She's going to be still away for par. Back to the tee at 15.
Johnny, we talked about the difficulty of the hole location. If there's anyone in the field who could hit a good shot here, it would be Kelly Robbins. She can flight the ball up in the air.
Yeah, she has a high spin rate, and like you say, her shots come down softer than maybe anybody in the field. I would say so. Maybe Monica hits more of a going draw, but Grace Park hits the ball high, and Beth Daniel.
170 yards to the hole. 165 to carry the front bunkers. And while she contemplates, we'll go back to 11.
And Stanford for her par.
Yeah, pretty much straight right to left, about 4 feet.
She'll remember that 3-putt, won't she?
She certainly will. That was a big mistake there.
You know, that's her very first 3-putt this week.
Well, that bogey from where she was in 2 is just the kind you want to hit yourself right in the shin, don't you? I mean, that's a super unforced error.
So there's going to be a 2-shot swing here between the co-leaders who came to this hole tied. Stanford drops to 1 under, and Hillary Lunke moves it back to 3 under. The first birdie since the first hole. And back over to the tee at 15.
Kelly Robbins tee shot on the way. Trying to turn it in from right to left. That'll chase to the back edge. Will it come back?
She hit right on that downslope, huh, Gary?
Yeah, Johnny, a foot shorter. That ball would have come all the way back down to where Gulbis's ball is. To 13.
387-yard par 4. Sorenstam continues the search for the first birdie, Raj.
Going with the 3-wood here.
You have to hit this fairway. This green does not accept balls out of the rough at all.
And preferably down the left center of the fairway. That's going right down the middle. This should kick left and work its way over toward the left side.
This is a sneaky tough hole because the back left hole location, but you got a green that slopes right to left. Many of the players hit a little draw, and it just comes in too hot hitting that side slope. You can see how the green is sloped right to the left slightly.
Moment to go on this hole. Jang's 3rd.
Nice little crisp bumper. And it's just too much spin. She just hit a real crisp. It might have added a little loft right at impact.
It appears Jang's going to get back-to-back bogeys unless she can drop that long par putt. 24-year-old Hillary Lunke, who just bought a house with her husband and caddy in Austin, Texas. Minnesota native. One of those Minnesota golfers who season wasn't very long, but took advantage of it every chance she had a chance to play.
I'll tell you what, she just bought a house, but she's made $69,000 in the last sort of year and a half total, and she's looking at $560,000, not counting contractual bonuses and new endorsement deals. She could be moving out of her neighborhood soon.
And Johnny, this is an 8-iron from 135 yards. going to be an adventure.
There's a lot of work left to do if she was going to get that first place position, though.
There are the career earnings. Just about half of it coming in as a rookie last year, and trying to join this list. Make their first LPGA win in this championship.
She's won about as much as Phil Mickelson tips the locker room guys in a year and a half.
This is a lady who's never had a top 10 on the LPGA Tour. This is her 27th career start. She and her husband Tyler in the thick of this championship. The 2-shot lead.
Now Angela Stanford now selected a 9-iron. Moon's a little bit behind the players now.
Nice tempo, huh?
Good looking swing. Headed to the right side of the green.
That's smart. A little underclubbed and a little bit to the right. Let it feed down there and chase down the fall line, and it's just still trickling, and gives herself, you know, still trickling. Chance for birdie.
Up ahead to 15.
Kelly Robbins, very quick putt out of the back fringe, looking way to the right.
Out here, Gary.
Yeah.
Their spot is right there.
Oh, is it hard enough? Is it hard enough? Well judged. So Hillary Lunke with a 2-shot lead over Angela Stanford at the moment, but she's in a little bit of trouble at the 12th. Stay with us. We'll be right back to Pumpkin Ridge.
As we wind down this championship in 2003, you can get tickets by logging onto the website you see there or calling the number you see there for the 2004 version, which moves on to Orchards Golf Club in South Hadley, Massachusetts, just outside of Springfield, Mass. Again, July 1st through the 4th, the dates for that. And then it's on to Cherry Hills in 2005, Newport, Rhode Island. That's where Tiger won the second of his U.S. amateur titles. Out to the 13th, second for Sorenstam. John Jang made her bogey here just previous.
She is due for a birdie. Maybe now's the time.
That's from 125 yards. Looks pretty good. Oh, didn't hold at all.
She can't believe it. That was her best iron shot for quite a while, I think.
Over at the 12th from the bunker, second to the par 3 for Lunke.
That's very, very, very good there.
Just a moment ago, the birdie putt for Natalie Gulbis. Good comeback for her today. Had it to 4 over par for the championship through 7 holes, but now back to 2 over, so we go back to 12.
Stanford birdie putt on the way.
Quick downhill. Doesn't do much. Looks like it'll break left towards the water. Does not do that. It's
right.
Straight.
Looked like it even came a little right almost.
Yeah, it's I said that green breaks towards the back. It's a very weird back part of that green.
13, second for Song.
9-iron from 126. Looks like it might need to get up a little.
Does she use that right hip well or what, Roger, though?
Well, she clears and just fires the right hip, doesn't she?
Man, that's impressive.
Back over to 18. Lorena Ochoa. Seems just a matter of time before this talented golfer out of the University of Arizona breaks through. Ochoa, though, with a round of 74 today, began the day at +5. And look at her line in this championship.
Consistent, just nothing great.
Back over to 12. Lunke looking over this par to remain the leader by 2.
She's taking a good look at it because, like I talked about earlier, the green actually is going towards the back. So it's not exactly a tough putt. You can't get a much easier putt than this, but.
Well, I think, Johnny, just giving it its due. You know, certainly you don't want to make a mistake after such a splendid little splash shot out of the bunker. That was a fabulous effort.
She could make it straight in, but I think the perfect read is right center. What a great putting stroke. She just had that one hiccup in the round with her putting, but besides that, you know, everything's been great.
Yeah, it looks very solid. As I said before, 5th ranked in stats this year on the LPGA, so can definitely roll the ball.
She has a nice stroke, very free, rocks her shoulders. Watch her shoulders. You got the nice line on her back, and watch how she just rocks that left shoulder down, the right up, and then the other way comes back. Perfect.
Beautiful up and down. And her caddy, she listens to her husband. I mean, he played golf at Stanford just after Tiger Woods left there. In fact, Tyler was the very first person that Hillary met when she went to Stanford. He walked in the office as she was finalizing the deal to play golf at Stanford, and they got to know each other, and
that's nice.
Started dating and got married. Over to 14, Jian Zhang off the par 4, 394 yards.
Jan, you need to hit this fairway, otherwise it's big trouble, and she's done just that. Split the center. Got to be impressed with the accuracy of the women's game. Just amazing, especially the fairway woods, the lofted fairway woods, how accurately they hit their shots.
Well, in a couple of weeks, Saturday, July 19th, we've got the American Century Celebrity Golf Championship. Michael Jordan and all the greats will be there. Rick Rhoden will be there. The guy's won it a number of times, and we saw Rhoden at the U.S. Senior Open recently.
Yeah.
He said Edgewood Tahoe Golf Course will look like a driving range compared to the U.S. Senior Open venue.
Yeah, he just owns that tour when he's playing well, doesn't he?
He does. Well, here is the leader at the 13th.
Straightaway tee shot. Don't want to hit the left bunker or the right trees.
There it is.
Yeah, just going down the left center. Pretty solid shot.
Her husband, Tyler, says, there it is. He's saying that's straighter than I can hit it.
Beautiful look at this golf course. It kind of gives you a little bit of everything. The trees, the grasses. Stanford in her third year. She went to TCU. She said not until her senior year did she even think of turning pro. Kind of a late bloomer.
That was a hard swing there. I don't know if she's going to hit a slinger, but that thing was really accelerated down the right side. And right there. Monkey's right with her, though.
Up ahead on the green, Song and Sorenstam. Song missed her birdie attempt, and Annika is next to play her third. Raj.
Well, no more than 18 feet. Certainly something you would characterize as a makeable chip. That will move to her right some, but she's got to be thinking making this, John.
I'm not sure what she's thinking about right now. She's probably thinking, who is this inside of me? Because that shot, she hit 7, that bunker shot, just a flat skull. And no birdies for her, but this could go down. Is it just a little bit to the right?
Yes.
Gotta go.
Still, the birdie door remains closed for Sorenstam, but she has been hunting down Lunky and Stanford all day long and stays within reach of perhaps a third Open title.
Welcome back. We're at the par 4 16. Kelly Robbins, after a perfect tee shot, looking right down at the hole, cut front right today. Very accessible hole location. Hole playing slightly downwind.
Is this a 9-iron, Gary?
Yeah, I would think no more than a 9-iron, Johnny. Oh, and it's right at it. Oh. So Kelly Robbins will have a short putt for birdie at 16, a chance to get to even par. We go to 13.
Kelly Robbins continuing to move up, perhaps, as Stanford looks over her next shot at 13 here.
145 yards, Dan, after a perfect drive. Wins a little bit from her left to right.
This is doable. This green is like a rock, but if she hits it just over that bunker, she can knock it close. As the ball likes to end up just about right there on the green. If she'll land it right in here, it'll work right down by the flagstick. So, gotta land it though in that front third, don't you,
Yeah,
Shane?
absolutely. I think this is no more than a 9-iron for Angela.
Yeah.
If you're going to make birdie, you better do it now, because I don't think you're going to do it on 14.
And it's turning to the left.
And it runs off. The screen runs off right to left. And
16.
Gulbis is third from the bunker.
it's pretty dead over there on the right
Yeah,
side.
Miss it right, it is. Landed right on the downslope. So she'll have a lot of work left to save par. Made it 2 over. Back to 13.
And Hillary Lunke's turn.
Knocked it stiff at 11 with a short iron. Maybe she's got another one.
Well, she may well do. Looks like she's taken an 8-iron here. Not as long a ball striker as Angela Stanford. She can work this in a little bit left to right. That would be ideal. Kind of hold it up against the slope.
Doesn't need to get real tricky here. Just keep it about 10 feet right of the hole, and it kicks left and rolls left, and might knock another one for a wiener. Who knows?
Go left.
I think she wiped it. I don't know.
Yeah, she did.
You could tell by the sound of that, the face was wide open, a glancing blow. It did not make a nice click, and that was a very poor miss because she's now running with the fall of the green and has a really fast up and in. And I don't think she's going to get this one up and in unless she makes a good putt. Let's watch this thing. She's aiming right. She's in good shape here, good shape here. Let's watch what she does wrong. Nice set up there right at the flagstick. And she cuts across it. You can see there and leaves the face open. And then she tries to close the club after the ball is on the face and is a little late. But pretty big miss there after that great drive by her.
Here's the drive of Annika Sorenstam at the par 4 14th.
Uh-oh, you don't want to leave it right here, Annika. This is bad news bears. No, it's not that bad. I hit the right side of the fairway. I celebrate.
16.
Natalie Gulbis for par. Putt that will move ever so slightly toward the front of the green to her right. Most players have overread the break and missed it high, just like that. Amazing how, Johnny, sometimes players all see the same thing, even though the ball doesn't do it.
Yep, that's true. That's a good call. She sure takes those misses a lot easier than you and I do, though. I have a running commentary what I miss.
Oh, yeah, I can relate to that. All right, Kelly Robbins now for birdie. This would get her to 1 under par for the round, even par for the championship.
Tied with Annika. She can get in, you know, maybe birdie 18, get to -1.
That may not be too bad.
Yeah. Another good birdie hole on 17 and 18, so she could very easily finish birdie, birdie, birdie.
Not much in this putt. All right, well done. Great birdie for Kelly Robbins. Maggie's back to even. We go back to 13.
And this challenging third for Lunke.
Well, I wasn't able to get over and see her lie, but there's a lot of trampled down grass over there. The green is running away from her. Just needs to kind of play a little flop shot and land it on the edge of the green.
It is down green, which helps some, but tough to get inside 10 feet. Oh, it lands great, in a great spot. Let's see how fast that is.
That's about as good as I think she could have done.
Lunke hasn't made a bogey since the 7th, when that tough stretch cost her 4 shots and 5 holes. Clinging to that 2-shot lead. Lunke and Stanford in the final group. Sorenstam, the Hall of Famer, continuing to try to chase him down. Sorenstam with 45 LPGA wins, 5 major championships. Stanford won for the very first time last week. Lunke's best finish ever, a tie for 15th. And Robbins has moved into the picture after her birdie at 16. Stanford next. Excuse me, Jane.
I'm sorry, Dan. Angela's looking at this putt. It's going to be downhill a little bit initially and then back uphill pretty severely. Got a little bit of the fringe to worry about how the ball's going to come through. This needs to be firm enough.
Not a lot of break, though, is there?
No, not a lot of break. I think it's pretty straight. Just speed is the issue. Hard to believe you have to hit it that hard.
Tee at 17. Final 2 holes for the charging Kelly Robbins. 419-yard par 4.
It's actually one of the easier tee shots, I believe. There's not much to it. It's fairly wide. You don't want to miss a fairway left, that's for sure. But this is definitely a birdie hole, even though the flagstick's way back.
At the 14th, Jang for par. Jang remains 5 back, +2. We got to wonder what might have been her fate had she not had that tough hole at the 5th.
You don't want to make a snowman on a par 3.
Well, we could see a swing here between Stanford and Lungi. Long par putt here for Lungi.
These are the kind of putts she's been making ever since we covered her yesterday, the last 9 holes, and then really today she's been able to make a lot of these. Slow putt. Not a tough putt either. Takes it in no problem, just put it in.
That approach shot cost her.
Yeah, she did a very poor second shot. That wiper that she hit with the 8-iron there to the right, that was a lockup. A lot of times when you're nervous, you just don't release the club right, and you hold on too tight, and then too much tension for that smooth swing.
Okay, so Stanford with her par creeps to within 1. Woo. Have no idea what's going to happen here.
Oh man, this is the hole. This hole is a killer tough hole.
Pivotal approach for Sorenstam.
See if she just plays a way right or challenges the double water features, and she did. She played very, I don't know. To me, that's not a lot of guts involved in that shot.
Inkster hoping for a spectacular finish, needs this birdie to drop at 17. And it does. The defending champion moves to +2. Who knows if Inkster can get it up on that par 5 18th green in 2 and make an eagle. She can post an even score.
Yeah, that back 9 yesterday just killed her, shooting 40 for 74. You know, we thought she was in the driver's seat, and she was, and just the wheels fell off. And even today, but she's hanging in there. Typical Julie Inkster kind of championship where she just somehow, she's been +5 on the back for this week, and the back 9 sort of hurt her.
Final few holes here in the home stretch of this 58th U.S. Women's Open.
I really believe this 14th hole is the pivotal hole, though. It's a hole you can make a big number on if you make one mistake.
Tee at 15.
Zhong Jang. Well, that looked to be right, and she is playing into the opening. Safe shot, but leaves a tough 2-putt.
Well, that's a different way to play this hole, isn't it?
Yeah. Back to 14.
Okay, big tee shot for Angela Stanford on the most difficult hole this week.
And today is playing especially difficult. Got the left flagstick. Annika didn't even try. She aimed 60, 70 feet right of the flagstick from the middle of the fairway.
Oh, that's a perfect one, Johnny.
Yeah, that's a chasing.
Run a mile.
Yeah, it's got a chasing flight, and that helps. So if you can get it down there, then yeah, you can go for that flagstick. But I'm not sure. Annika maybe wasn't down far enough. She didn't like the tee shot. She, I guess, mishit the the 3-wood off the tee, and that's why she was back far enough. She didn't want to challenge that water. Got water front and back.
Lucky a little bit of everything on this hole, which has produced a score as high as a 9 today by Sari Pak.
Need to hit a long drive here. That's not her forte, but she needs to hit one like she did on the last hole, which she crushed it for her. She's 144th in driving distance this week. That's so. That is really. Ooh, got a good lie, but I'm not sure what the heck you do from that bad angle to that hole location. You got to go right, I guess.
Moving up to the green, and we bring in Roger Maltby for Sorenstam's third.
Well, her ball has come to rest against the primary cut of rough behind her ball. Just going to make this a little more difficult. Has to pitch across a ridge. Pitching uphill should move to her right some. Just muffed it. Just because of that lie, John.
Tell me about that second shot. What was that all about?
Well, I don't know. I think the determination was she didn't feel she could hold the green on the angle she was playing and decided to play safe.
No bargain hitting it way over there, though.
Here's Robbins at 17, getting ready for her second K.
Backed off, going to take a little extra time with this one. The wind is really picking up from behind. 142 to the front, 173 total.
Just hit it on the front middle of the green and let it funnel city in there, okay?
Looks like an 8 or a 9 iron at the most.
Tell you what, it likes to chase right down there. A lot of backspin. Tremendous spin on that ball to have it not chase any more than that.
After bogey number 8, Kelly Robbins trailed by 8. Now just 2 back. A moment ago, Ari Song for birdie at 14. Just 1 birdie today, turned in by Rosie Jones earlier. And Ari Song right against the stick. It's a +1.
Oh, man.
She's within 3 with 4 holes left. And now live with Sorenstam.
Yeah.
And what a clutch putt by Sorenstam to remain at even.
Well, that'll perk her up. She's not feeling well, but she's saying, hey, I'm in this thing. I needed that. Maybe there's a funnel over there on the right side. Yeah? Boy, what an important hole for
the
Lucky and
final group here,
Stanford. Just such a key hole. This is a hole you can make a double bogey in a heartbeat. Jane, she has a ball. The ball looks like it's down green, sitting up big time, but do you think she'll challenge this or go to the right, short right?
Well, I think she'd be smart to go just out to the right, just short of that bunker. It is a good lie. It's a perfect line. Sometimes that's a bit too much of a temptation.
You think that opening, it's about 18 feet wide, it's just too small for her to chase it in there, huh?
Well, it's such a risk at this point in the tournament.
Husband Tyler said, hey, probably let's use your head and just get it down there for a 90-yard shot or something.
Yeah, she's just laying up. It's a smart move, I believe.
That takes a lot of willpower, I tell you that. And that's on a downslope, though, so she didn't really hit it in a spot that she should have. That's a little unlucky.
Over to 17, Kelly Robbins for birdie K.
Yes, she would have liked to have been a little closer, but all in all, this is a good position below the hole. It's almost like a little valley running up to the hole.
Just a little break to the left, I think.
Yes.
Starts at left. Not going to break right. So not a good putt.
Robbins is going to remain at even. 2 behind. But Lunky is facing a difficult challenge at 14 as Stanford is next to play, her second there.
And this from 119 yards. Downhill, downwind.
Long drive, huh?
And she ripped that one, Johnny.
Did she wipe it?
No, she started it right. It looks pretty good. No, a little too long.
She had a good opportunity to take advantage of this hole with that big drive.
Big second shot for Inkster at 18.
She hit a huge drive, just a huge drive, going with looks like a 2-iron, maybe 3. And she's hit a beauty, but watch this collection area.
Well, maybe it'll snap. It's not going to skirt by it.
No, it's just like a funnel down there, right down to that drain. And she'll get a free drop from there if she'd like it. I'm sure she will.
Not been one eagle at 18 this week.
Well, Dan, remember back in 1997, Julie Inkster had it down in that low collection area, and it took her 3 attempts to get it up onto the green, so I'm sure she has some memories of that location.
Isn't that the way it always is? When you have a disaster, it comes back to say, try it again.
Over at 15.
Ari Song on the tee here at the par 3.
Well, she better hit a high note here if she wants to stop it.
We had a scoring error here at 18, Gary. That birdie by Song at 14 got her to +2 within 4.
This ball turning right to left, going at the very left side of the green.
And it will just chase through the green, Roger, and into the rough. Back to 14.
The big shot for the leader, Lunky. Her 3rd.
Is this on a downslope, Jane?
Yes, it is. It's on a little bit of a downslope. She has 48 yards all the way to the flag, only 42 to that front on the left.
Oh, man, this is like the hardest shot in the world. Downslope, got to hit it soft. That yardage, you know, watch out, it's Chili Dip City. Sounded good.
Sit.
Yeah, it's going in a little bit low. Got a little bit of spin on it, though. Not too bad.
I'll tell you what, all in all, that's a heck of a shot. That's a terrible yardage on a downslope to a green going away from you.
I got an uncomfortable feeling just having you talk about it there.
Over at 15, Sorenstam.
It's a 7-iron, Gary.
Better get all of that, yeah. 165-yard carry over the bunker.
Oh, that is a long 7-iron.
She's hit it very high, shaping it right to left if it'll get up.
Oh, it hits between the bunkers. Oh, what a man. The best shot we've seen all day at 15. So the putt, the long putt at 14, the crucial tee shot at 15. Sorenstam will have a putt for birdie when we come back.
Earlier at 14, Angela Stanford's 3rd. Got underneath it.
Yeah, that rough there is very sticky.
Tee at 18, Kelly Robbins within 2. And remember, Lunky's got a long par putt at 14.
Taking an aggressive line, aiming left here. And boy, that's a chaser. That is perfect. That's going to be down there where she can hit probably a long iron into the screen. It's amazing, these the women this week, some of the drives. Michelle Wie averaging 289 reminds me of the song by Faith Hill, It Matters to Me. She sings, don't really understand the distance between a woman and a man, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of truth to that right now.
Here's that par putt.
And this is about 20, 25 feet downhill. Crucial at this point. Had the line, but oh gosh, not the speed.
Back-to-back bogeys for Lunky. She's back to 1 under and back to 15.
Ari Song playing out of the back fringe.
No, electing to use a putter as opposed to chipping it.
Very quick down this hill, isn't it, Roger?
Oh, yes, it is. Very fast.
Made a long putt from the back of the green yesterday here for a 2. Not today. We move up to 18.
The defending champ, Julie Inkster. Had a 69 in the opening round, 71-74, so she began this final round 6 shots back. And as you look at that leaderboard, may need a chip in for Eagle to perhaps have a chance, but you never know with the way the golfers on the golf course have been backing up. This is a par attempt for Stanford.
And she was on the exact same line that Hillary Lunke was, so hopefully she would have learned exactly the speed and the line here. I was very upset about that chip shot, and I slammed her club in the bag and just really took some time to compose herself.
She probably had thoughts of chipping the ball in the hole, and then when you go from chipping it into chunking it, that's not a good combination.
Upper left, Annika at 15 for birdie.
And this is probably to get a share of the lead.
Yep, at 1 under if it goes in.
Yep.
There it is, first birdie of the day for Sorenstam, and a missed par attempt by Stanford.
Well, she had to bounce it between the bunkers to get that birdie for her first one of the day. But
so Annika Sorenstam has caught the leader, finally. And she's got 3 holes to play.
Amazing.
First smiles we've seen, deep breath. Boy, I've had to work hard for this. And there is the bogey tap in for Stanford. So Stanford and Lunke both bogey it. Stanford is out of red numbers at even par, and Sorenstam has joined Lunke atop the leaderboard at 1 under.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
What a day at Pumpkin Ridge. 6 players began under par, 2 are left, and they're tied for the lead. Sorenstam, the future Hall of Famer, with 45 wins. Lunke looking for her very first win of any kind. Tied at 1 under as we go to 18. Inkster not out of it as she's up on the green looking over this 3rd shot. It was back in that 3rd round, which Gary mentioned in the first championship held here back in '97 when Julie took 3 shots to get it up there. She double bogeyed the hole and went on to a tie for 14th.
Well, just posting the new scores, Annika's birdie and, of course, Lunke and Stanford's bogeys, and seeing that, there it is right there, that leaderboard has totally changed. Lunke has played 5 over the last 12 holes, and it's just
trying to hang on.
Yeah, just having a tough time, but she's still in the lead, tied for the lead. Got to drive it up that hill. You don't want to come up short. Big long stroke.
Again.
You got to be kidding me. And she just have to face the demons again. Look at this. She just cannot believe that she's got to try this again. She might play it from there. It's a nice little upslope. Well, she's going to take relief, but there sure isn't any reason to.
Tee at 16, and now the co-leader.
407-yard par 4, almost a dead straightaway hole, and playing under par today for the first time all week with an easy hole location, front right.
I think adrenaline has kicked in. You know that, Gary, as far as how she was feeling and everything?
Well, you could just see it in her body movement, couldn't you, after she made the putt at 14.
Yeah, and then she's running to see where the shot went on, what, 15?
That's her just into the intermediate cut of rough, but a good angle. So we go to 15, Angela Stanford.
And that's with a 5-iron, Gary. Starting at the middle of the green, just turning into the...
Did she get it to land softly enough? No.
Is that really a tough shot to stop?
That is not an easy up and down.
Because that's pretty far through the green.
Yes. Up to 18.
Now the 4th shot for Inkster from the same spot. Yeah, she made sure she got that one out.
Yeah, pretty predictable though. You got hit a lot harder than you think.
And back over to the 15th.
Lunke ready with her tee shot.
It's getting dangerous now, Gary. The wheels have been shaking and wobbling, and she's lost her lead. Annika now tied for the lead, and she needs to not bogey this hole and actually get one behind.
And Johnny, this is with her 11 wood.
I think she's just going to go right.
And that's going left of the flag.
Well, it will also chase through into the back rough.
Good shot, isn't it, Gary?
That was a well-played shot. Kelly Robbins waiting in the fairway at 18 for her second shot to the par 5. She's at even par. Annika Sorenstam, Hillary Lunke, both at 1 under. And this was Annika's reaction to her birdie at the 15th. Finally, we get a birdie. Yeah, we're right there.
Julie Inkster for the disappointing bogey at the par 5 18th after being greenside and 2, but the collection area gets to her again, but the popular Inkster finishing off this championship with a 73-15.
Second shot for Stanford, very quick down the hill. 16, Sorenstam second on the way.
From 141 yards out, this looks good.
Oh, man. She has got it in her sights now. He said the whole location here at 16 today, very accessible. Look at this on the first hop and the dribble. Looks like it might just go in. Well, it was a slow start. A couple bogeys on the front 9. Not much happening. And all of a sudden, the crucial par putt at 14 just seemed to re-energize her. Great break at 15. Tee shot lands in the high rough. Ends up close to the hole. Now we moved 18.
And the wait is finally over for Kelly Robbins, Kay.
Well, it was at least a 5-minute wait, and it seemed probably to her about 15 minutes. 229 front yardage, 244 total.
One shot back. Got to hit the ball right in this area here, otherwise forget about it.
Has a good flat lie. Came off solidly.
Here it comes. What a shot. Kelly Robbins is on the surface in 2 at 18.
What a sweet shot through that tiny little opening.
Again, not one eagle all week at the 18th. Back to 15.
Hillary Lunke using the putter out of the intermediate cut of rough. Very quick down the hill. It's a nervous length. Well, today MetLife is navigating the skies above Pumpkin Ridge Golf Club to provide aerial coverage of this year's United States Women's Open Championship. MetLife has provided NBC Sports with over 100 hours of aerial footage at sporting events across the country. And we'll zoom in down to the 15th.
Where Angela Stanford has about 8 feet, a little bit left to right, the sacred par.
Well, confident stroke there, just banged it right in the back of the hole.
Very well hauled.
So she remains at even par.
And Gary, that was a really good up and down after chunking a couple of chips earlier in the round. A crucial time to do that. And now Hillary Lunke with about 3.5 feet. Pretty straight in putt, really not going to do a whole lot, I believe.
It's getting the time when it's sort of white knuckle city, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't really want to be leaving yourself 3-footers. But if you're going to, this is in a good position.
Still ranked second in the field in putting for the week. Has hit just 4 greens in regulation today.
He still looks very composed and very calm, though, Gary.
Oh, nicely done. She remains tied with Sorenstam. And they'll take the short walk over to the 16th tee. We'll move to 18.
Kelly Robbins taking the walk up, reaching his par 5 and 2. Kind of under the radar all week at this championship. Shot the 74 in the opening round, was tied for 45th, and then a 69 on Friday, tied for 15th, tied for 8th after 3 rounds, so moving up, 16.
Ari Song, birdie putt. Roger, have you had a chance to look at this little putt of Sorenstam's?
I have. It's a downhill slice putt. It will move to her right. And it'll have, directly be related to how fast she hits it. What kind of speed she hits it. I think it'll turn quite a little bit if she hits it softly. And I think she has to get it off the hole with some speed. Not a hard putt, really.
It's kind of putt you make, what, 6 out of 10?
Yeah, I would say. Maybe more, John. If you're putting well.
For the U.S. Women's Open. Makes it a little tougher, but I think she's got a lot of good positive feelings going on right now.
All those experiences at Colonial for moments just like this.
Let's see if she can do it.
No.
Those putts we're talking about, Gary, always high.
Yeah. That was well off the hole. As soon as she hit it, opportunity missed there. Back on the tee, Angela Stanford.
The wind's just started to pick up into her face, Gary.
Right there.
Headed to the left. Needs a good bounce.
Well, it will just trickle into the intermediate cut of rough, but a great angle to this front right hole location.
What do you think, Gary? It's an interesting time right now for this duo.
Well, it is. I know it certainly doesn't make it any easier to know that Annika Sorenstam has now gotten to 1 under par. You certainly don't expect her to make a mistake.
Pretty hard to believe.
Experience.
Pretty hard to believe Annika didn't even come within an inch of the left edge there.
Lucky scorecard. Long birdie putt at the first, and then 4 bogeys. Tap in birdie at 11. 2 more bogeys since then.
Very good looking swing there, right down the middle.
Will be nicely placed. Up to 18.
Kelly Robbins is either going to move it to 2 under or 1 under, depending if she can get this down 2 or 1. That's her hope. Get that, post that number, 1 or 2 under.
Not a hard putt, Kay. It's just, what, right edge or something?
Yeah, it's just a little gentle move from right to left. Relatively flat.
Look at her fingers shaking.
She has been walking very slowly, trying to keep her pace.
Look at that. There's some nervous tension there. It's a good putt here. I'll take my hat off to her. She started it pretty good, just about where I think it should be hit. It broke more than it looked.
Should be a birdie. And Kelly Robbins in the midst of trying to pull off the largest comeback in the history of this championship in the final round. 6 times a player has come back from 5 shots in the final round. Robbins began the day 6 back. As we go to 17 and Annika Sorenstam's tee shot.
Going with that 3-wood, needs a good drive.
Well, she got it, John. That's going down the right center of the fairway.
She's got 2 birdie holes. Probably get 2 under par, win it outright, I would imagine. Otherwise, it looks like tomorrow and playoff on ESPN.
Well, there's what we're talking about with Robbins. Annika Sorenstam, a part of that group, which stands at 6 to come back from 5 shots in the final round to win it. This is for triple bogey. Natalie Gulbis playing with Kelly Robbins. Gulbis
Spending a lot of money on this 18th.
Is. Absolutely, Kay. She was +2 before she got to 16, bogeyed that, bogeyed 17, and having a tough time here at 18. What happened, Kay?
Hit it in the gunch off the tee, reloaded, and hit it and found the fairway. Then her shot from there hit it in the gunch again. So really slapped away up this fairway. I mean, just a couple of awful swings. Kind of drop kicks, Johnny.
This $3.1 million purse, that's a big difference in what she'll take home tonight.
When she looks at the rundown tomorrow morning in the paper, she's going to be ill.
So that's a quadruple. Now Robbins to get it to 1 under. Post that 1 under number. Again, it's been more than 4 years since her last win. Her best finish this year, a tie for 11th, 73rd on the money list. Once considered one of the top players on the tour, but putting has been a big frustration of hers in recent years. But did she ever move up the leaderboard this week? 4 under in the last 10 holes. And a 2 under round of 69 in this final round. We'll see how it works out. 16.
Lunky ready with her second.
And this is an 11 wood from 173 yards on a little bit of an upslope. Headed toward the left side of the green.
A little different clubs than Annika there, huh?
Yeah, slightly.
Annika hits what, wedge in there?
Yeah, wedge or 9-iron.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good shot though. Hole high, on the correct level of the green.
Looking pretty cool under those shades despite all the turbulence of emotions that are happening.
Stanford next, Jane?
Yes, she is 157 yards just in the intermediate cut of rough. Good angle, as Johnny said, from her drive down the left side. Should be no more than an 8-iron.
Land this ball short of the green and let it release. Left?
Yes, heading to the left side of the green. Might get a good bounce. Now might need one more club, I think.
Not that bad. It's makeable from there.
Well, if Lunky is to somehow hang on and win this championship, for someone who hasn't even won yet on the LPGA Tour, what winning this championship would mean to her, earlier we asked her.
It would be absolutely unbelievable. It would be a dream come true, literally a dream. You know, to do it on this weekend, 4th of July, and just being from the United States and representing our great country, it's the ultimate championship in women's golf, and I would be so proud to do it and so happy to do it, and hopefully things will go my way.
Well, she would be only the second different American to win this championship in the last 9 years. Inkster with a victory in '99 and '02. Our national players have been mostly in the spotlight at the ladies' biggest championship in the world. And now Annika Sorenstam, after a good drive at 17 with an opportunity there at the par 4, Roger.
171 yards left of the hole, playing downwind, slightly downhill. Pin's cut on the green.
Can't be
31 paces, so she's got 140 to the front, John.
Can't be playing much more than 145 or 50.
Exactly. I think you don't want to land it any more on the green than 5, 6, 7 paces, something like that. It should release back to the hole.
Definitely. You could knock it stiff here, like the last hole. Got sideboards on the right, a little bit on the left.
This one pulled a little bit toward the left side of the green.
See if it comes off that sideboard.
It should.
There it is, like a funnel down there. Wasn't exactly textbook, but right now looks pretty good.
It took Annika Sorenstam 69 holes to grab a share of this championship, to grab a share of the lead, and by her play right now, looks like she has no designs of letting go of it.
Back at 16, with players, similar lines. Lunky will be first to putt.
Well, they were both about exactly pin high, and Reed McKenzie from the USGA has designated that it is Hillary Lunky's putt. And going to be quite a bit of left to right break, Gary, I believe.
Jane, it has really been this club that has saved her today. 9 one-putt greens through 15 holes.
Have players been misreading this putt, or?
I would say, John,
overreading?
Overreading, yes.
That's
the
what
tendency is to play it higher than and more to the left than the ball actually moves.
Yeah, Annika misread it by, what, 2 inches anyway?
Yeah. Saw Natalie Gulbis putting from this side of the hole. She had the problem as well, overreading it.
And from down here, it really does look like it's going to break quite a bit. But you guys have been watching it up there all day.
To take the outright lead. Good effort.
That's what we were talking about, Gary.
Yeah, it just won't move quite as much as it looks.
I think she hit a perfect putt.
I think she probably hit it right where she wanted. The speed was obviously very good. Nice par. She'll remain at 1 under. Tied with Sorenstam and Robbins. And if Angela Stanford were to knock this in, we'd have a 4-way tie. And Jane, close enough on the line of Lunky's to learn a little something, maybe?
I think so. It was at least within a yard. She's a little bit more toward the front of the green, in which case I think her putt's going to probably break a little bit less than what Lunky's did.
A little slow, Gary?
Yeah, it's a little bit back up the hill, especially at the end. Good effort.
They all seem pretty calm, Gary. I know I would be. My nerves would be singing La Cucaracha right now.
Yeah, you got to hand it to them. They do seem to be handling the situation quite well.
Well, they both look pretty calm. Angela is a little bit more of a fiery personality than Hillary Lunky. Has looked a little bit disgusted a couple of times, but seems to have been able to compose herself and refocus on the next shot.
She remains even par, 1 shot back.
So the drama builds here, huh, Gary?
Well, it does indeed. As Johnny has said, 17 and 18, certainly birdie holes if you can hit a good shot and make a putt.
3-way tie for the lead, and while we have a moment, we send you back down to Kelly Tillman.
Thanks very much, Dan. I am with Kelly Robbins. Incredible round, one of only 3 subpar rounds on the day. Don't know if you knew that. That is a statement as to how good it was. How good do you feel right now about it?
Well, Kelly, obviously I'm thrilled. I haven't been able to score that much as of late. Not that I'm scoring any better now, but on a course like this, it was survival. It always is. So, fortunately, I did okay. Today I just hung in there, made a lot of pars, stayed incredibly patient, hit it close a little bit on the backside, and made a few birdies.
Very composed coming down the stretch. We had a very tight shot of your hands over the putt on 18 for eagle. Looked like you were shaking just a little bit. Is there some truth in that?
Yes. You know, I was set, but then I didn't want to get too carried away and have, you know, something like a 4 or 5 footer, you know, coming back for birdie, but I wanted to get it there, and because that could be to win, you know, and that's why we play. So, no, they were shaking a little bit. I've kind of went into a new putting routine this week, and I guess it's paid off. I don't know, but
yes, it's safe to say that I was feeling it. It was great to feel again. You could win this championship. Stay patient. We'll go back out on the golf course to 17 and watch what happens. Thanks.
Thanks, Kelly. And Kelly Robbins, 140th ranked putter this year on tour. I mean, you can see why she was a little bit antsy there with that eagle attempt at 18. Now Sorenstam for birdie in the outright lead for the very first time.
Just about 15 feet. Might try to move a little bit to the right.
Dead straight putt if she just hit it inside the hole, but
back on the tee is Lunke.
Might be going left a little.
It's starting down the left side, but I think it should stay in the fairway.
Yep. Good drive there.
And you can see the other ball there. Stanford at 17. Three-way tie for the lead. Back to this 58th United States Women's Open Championship as we continue on this championship Sunday from Pumpkin Ridge. Too close to call at this point. We got one in the clubhouse. Kelly Robbins tied for the lead with Annika Sorenstam and Hillary Lunke, and Sorenstam getting ready to play this par 5 18th. And as you can see, has not picked up a birdie all week so far.
Well, the bottom line is she birdies this hole, she got a better than a 50-50 chance to win this outright without a playoff. So she got the distance to do it. Needs to hit a hot goer off that right bunker.
Well, that's what she's done, Johnny, turning it over right to left down the center of the fairway.
Well, she's got half of it done, but that's chasing out there big time. You know, you just really can't see Hillary Lunke birdieing one of the last two with her track record, but you never know. She might birdie them both.
Well, there is Lunke out at the 17th.
And she has 183 yards to this back right hole location.
The beauty is that she can just hit it onto that front part of the green. It's total funnel down there.
Exactly.
Jane.
She has her trusty 11 wood out again, Johnny. Comes in nice and high and soft, so it should be perfect. Let's see how good her nerves are.
It's a narrow green, but it plays much wider because you got these sideboards here and sideboards over there.
Kick right.
Pulled left a little bit.
Sit down.
Well, not her best effort over clubbed. It's downhill a little bit, downwind, and
Yeah, the wind just picked up
Yeah.
really just before she hit, and I think it might have been wise to gear back a little bit.
that was way long, though. That wouldn't have had a chance if she hit it straight.
Let's not forget about Angela Stanford, just one behind the leaders.
And she has 169 yards. Wind, as I said, has started to pick up behind the players. It should be no more than a 7-iron.
4 over par for the round, same as Lunke.
Good contact.
Nope, didn't take advantage of this easy hole location, Jane. Those are unforced type of errors when you got that kind of sideboard on both sides. Should be able to get inside 20 feet.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be a challenge for Stanford and Lunge to get their pars at 17 as we go back over to Kelly Tillman.
Thanks very much for rejoining Kelly Robbins as we sit here and watch the action unfold. It's been a little over 4 years since you've won a tournament. It's been since 1995 since you've won a major championship. And here we are at a place where you've had some success. You finished third here in 1997. Did you draw from some of those memories?
Well, you know, I think anytime you play well at a golf course, it's always nice to come back. Obviously, coming back to Pumpkin Ridge, I knew that some good things happened to me here in the past. And like I said, my game has been okay. It just hasn't had any spark to it. It really, I haven't been able to build my own momentum. So coming back here and then knowing to stay patient, and then I got the putter going for a couple days this week, so that really helped.
1997, a final round 66. Today, a beautiful subpar final round, hard to come by. Let's take a look at some of your highlights. We'll start with your second shot at number 11, the par 5.
Yes, this was actually my third shot into 11, and I hit the collar there. It was a really good bounce, and I had a really good number into that, and just knew I just had to get the job done.
flash forward to number 16.
This was a perfect wedge for me. I had 121 on the front, little downwind, and as you can see, another really good bounce, and I was able to make that.
I wouldn't say the bounces were going your way. You were playing the ball very well into the greens, and the second at 18, the par fives, very difficult this week.
They were very difficult. I took 3-wood off the tee and had 128 on the front, and was just trying to, that was a 5-wood actually, a little skinny, and actually was perfect. Hit it dead straight. And
Been to win, Kelly.
Yes.
Been to win, and we will chime in here for your putt on the green to finish at 1 under par for the championship.
Fortunately, Kelly, I wasn't shaking quite as much on that one as I was on the Friday.
You know, saw you on Friday afternoon on the back of the range. You were the last one to leave. You were there with your father. Would you say your desire levels are as high now as they've ever been to win golf tournaments?
Well, I'd like to say yes. I guess Dad and I have been working really hard, and I was just at the back of the range that time of the night because I had such a late tee time, really.
Okay.
I just wanted to hit a few balls before I went home and just, you know, try to stay on top of things as much as you can. You just never know what's going to happen. Like you said, so much relies on bounces and breaks, and, you know, an open course just plays that way. So I was just trying to, you know, stay within myself and at least know my swing was good, and then once I hit the ball, I can't do anything about where the ball bounces or what anybody else does.
Bounces and breaks went your way, and you played some excellent golf. Thanks for joining us. Let's go out to 17. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly, and we'll see where the bounces and breaks go from here on out. It's going to be a challenge for pars here for this final group at 17, Jane.
Oh, indeed. Talk about breaks. This has got some serious break here, Johnny. I don't know if she can
You can play as much as you want, right?
Yeah, you can. If the more you play it, the more it's going to break. Or the higher up you play it, I should say.
Yeah, you can't see it on TV, but there's that brow of that hill really sticks down into the green. It's actually not easy to get inside of 6 feet, I don't think.
Well, I would agree with that. If she gets it within 4 or 5 feet, I think she's done very well.
Basically, the putt's going to do this right there. Maybe even more. Yeah, that's just about what I drew. That probably won't get up high enough. It's like I said, I think about a 6-footer is the perfect distance she just hit, and that's about 5 or 6 feet. Well, it's been a magical week for her, Dan. You never know. She might just chip it right in the hole. I mean, seriously, a lot of great things have happened to her. Life-changing things. Even if she doesn't win, her life will totally change after this week.
She's earned a lot of respect for the way she's handled not only the final group today, but the final group yesterday, 2 days in a row in this championship, and tied for the lead right now.
This is a very difficult lie. Grass growing back against her with a little clump behind it. Just needs to move it about a yard or two.
Just kicks a little right and just works a little right.
Carried it just a little too far. Not a bad effort, though.
She needed another magical moment from another Stanford golfer back here in '96 when Tiger Woods
same green
buried that long birdie putt on this hole to tie Steve Scott and eventually go on to win his 3rd straight unprecedented
That's going to be
US
the
amateur.
biggest shot of her career right here. I really believe that. She hasn't won this thing, what you said, in 5 years or something, and she's
7.
7 years, sorry. Time's flown, hasn't it?
Up at the green, Vari Mackay for par. And Mackay finishes at +2, +4. Round of 75 today for a 28-year-old Scott, who led this championship the first 2 rounds. Had sizable leads of 3 and 4 shots in the first 2 days. But a 75 yesterday and a 75 today. Still a good performance. Boy, I'm still waiting on the next shot. She's got 2:36 left for her upcoming second. And now lucky for the par.
And talk about the biggest shot of her career. This could be it as well.
Well, I'll say.
Yeah, with Sorenstam in her position, Johnny at 18. You'd think that this is kind of got to go.
Well, it's about as easy a putt as you could have, technically speaking. I've had players come up to me and say, "What do you mean it was easy?" And I said, "Well, it was an easy putt. It's just the moment makes it hard." Was right edge.
still at 1 under. Calm disposition for Hillary Lunke. She has made a total of 6 bogeys on this golf course today. Really could have started going the wrong way big time.
And you talk about a gutsy round. 17 holes played, 5 greens in regulation. She should be shooting 80, easily 80.
Instead of plus 4 golf.
I mean, she's looking at 75, and she's shaved 5 shots off of what she should shoot.
Stanford to remain now at 1 back. Those are a couple of gutsy pars. Stanford 1 back. Lunke tied with Robbins in the clubhouse, and Annika Sorenstam, who's in good position, awaiting her second shot at 18.
I mean, Annika is right in the driver's seat after that huge drive. Song will be first to play. Raj?
250 yards to the hole, John. Uphill into the wind.
Just a little breeze. What is it, about 5 miles an hour?
Maybe just a shade more than that, but not much. It's not a big wind.
Got a little ribbon of landing area, and I mean a ribbon. It's otherwise stuff on the right kicks sort of right or straight, and stuff on the left definitely goes left. So you're hitting to just a runway, so to speak, crowned runway.
Song has played well on this back 9.
You see the flag stick right there.
Good ball, Laurie. Good ball.
Caddy likes it.
This is it solid, John, if it'll get a hop.
It's getting up there.
How about this shot? Caddy Don Hall is cheering for it the whole way, saying, I like this light bag, and I like that shot.
There's the caddy, Don Hall, who already says has played this golf course about 1,500 times.
Yeah.
Wow. Retired high school teacher. What a caddy she got. Okay, here we go. Sorenstam.
236. Looking right at it, Roger. This is right in her wheelhouse.
This ball going right.
Holy mackerel. I cannot believe she actually hit that tree in front of her. And she is short-sighted herself, and that ball might be way right by the scoreboard, which she'll get line of sight relief from if she's there. But she has hit a skanker with a bunker in front of her and the green going away.
Watch her face here after contact.
She was like grimacing like he had something wrong with her, but what a bad shot for her, knowing how good she really is.
Okay, so Stanford back on the tee, 1 behind Sorenstam.
And normally hits a right to left ball flight. The wind is coming up a little bit from her left. It's the start of it, the right bunker. Oh, it's perfect.
So much can happen on this 18. We've seen so many players with good drives, but then that second shot, when you go for it.
Well, Gutsy Lunke does not have the distance for this hole. It's she's going to have to do it if she gets to -2, which will probably win this thing. She's going to have to do it with a good drive, another fairway wood to 80 yards or so, and then on the green and make maybe a 5-footer and win this thing. Annika gets it up and in. But there's tons of trouble left. Feskew's over there, 3 feet high, bunkers right. Nerves everywhere.
Now fading a little bit towards the right-hand bunkers.
Yeah, it's a beauty of not much length. That's fine.
We mentioned at the top of this telecast that 6 years ago when Hillary Lunke played here for the first time, in the first time at an Open at age 18, went driver sand wedge and dealt with that sensitive area there at 18. Trying to win it now. A look down that par 5 18th. The only hole left for the final 2 groups. is the story. Robbins in at 1 under. Trying to pull off the largest comeback in the history of this championship. Annika Sorenstam has just played her second to the par 5 well right. And for a report on that, we go down to Roger Maltby.
Well, Annika's ball has come to rest underneath a fence, which is involved with a temporary immovable obstruction portalets that are to the right here. She got a terrible kick off the trees. What they're trying to do now is clear the crowd. She's also behind the scoreboard. It is between her and the hole, so they're going to try to determine at what point she'll have a free line of sight relief from that scoreboard, I'm sure. But no matter where they move it, it's not going to be good.
Let's bring in David Fay for more on this situation.
Well, Rod, you're right. It won't be good, but we do have a clarification on our notice to competitors that even if technically her nearest point of relief from the monster board is to the right of it, she's entitled to drop to the left of the board because, as you see there are a number of trees to the right of the monster board. And if that board weren't there, the reason we do this, if that board weren't there, you'd have a relatively free shot. Obviously, if the portalets weren't there.
She's smiling like things are good, Raj. But, you know, it's a very bad break. Usually when you hit fir trees, I'd say 7 out of 10 will actually hit the trees and come back towards the fairway. Then there's 2 out of 10 that'll hit the trees that just drop down underneath them. And there's 1 out of 10 that'll actually kick right. And that's the one she got.
Kendra Graham.
That's the key. Okay. Well, this tree is in the way to the flag, so that means I have an alternate plan, right? If this wasn't here and that wasn't there.
Right, but as far as this rule is concerned, you need to be able to play a stroke towards the flagstone. Or you finish on a line.
No, I mean, if these bleachers were not here,
then
I can play.
Right, but what we have to determine as far as interference with other things.
Yeah, we're talking the bleachers, we're talking the scoreboard.
Hit it right inside these trees right here.
Right.
We can hit it right at the flag.
Okay, and that's what we need to determine.
Whether
you would play.
It's so hard to determine when we have all these things. I have 2 options. I can play to the right or I can play right here. Okay, I go right here.
Okay, so that's
with this hammer lady.
So let's just, you could play right along the edge of the tree and end up. Joe, are you standing on line with the flag stick?
The flag is right on line where I am right now.
Yeah, for nice
Here,
little cut.
I'll go stand.
Nice little cut.
That's just what we have to determine. And then we'll get you. Okay.
Yeah. We're going to have to go back.
And you said you could play a little cut shot.
Yeah. Up and run towards my caddy.
Okay. All right. So.
Well, David, after that chit-chat between Annika and Kendra, what have you gathered?
Well, this gets rather technical, but what Kendra is asking is it realistic to get the ball to the hole? And I think in this case you're going to see that it is, because she's already announced she can play a little cut shot. She's going to get relief from the portalets, and then she would drop the ball, and then there may be another issue, and that would be the monster board, and it might be a 2-step process.
So, you want me to mark the ball then?
Right.
Kelly Robbins watching Annika's
Yeah. So what you're going to do, you're going to
rules predicament. Lunky waiting out there.
You can't go closer to the hole. So you're going to swing out to the left.
Well, the bottom line is I'm sure Kelly Robbins is listening, and she dodged a major bullet with that really bad shot by Annika. Annika, after that great drive, hitting it to where she did is just a 1 in 10 miss there.
You know, it's worth noting here, Johnny, that Annika attended a 3-day USGA PGA rules workshop back in January of '97. She's the only touring pro known to do so. Registered herself, paid the $225 fee, and afterwards said, you know, I thought I knew a lot, but I felt like a beginner in that workshop. So you can hear her working Kendra Graham pretty hard on the rules interpretation here. So Annika knows a little bit about him as well.
It's a two-part drop, right? She has to get the first drop, it's just so from the fence, right? And then you get the drop for the line of relief.
See, here's the deal. First of all, you don't jump ahead. She's entitled to relief because her ball's right up against the portalets. She should drop from there. For all you know, for all we know, she might say, I like this ball, this position. Obviously, she probably won't, but that ball, once that ball is in play, then she'll deal with the monster board. And as I said earlier, she's entitled to drop to the left of the board, even if her nearest point of relief is to the right.
And if she drops it and it's right behind a tree and can't go towards the board because the tree's in her way, then she gets no more relief, right?
Well, that's true. That's why she has to be very careful on how she drops. You know, very careful.
So that's the key thing right now.
That's why Kendra is really walking her through this process.
We're going to measure club length. You drop it in. I got to see what the second is. We're going to keep it in front of the board.
It's going to really freeze the final group, though, on their second shots, Lunke and Stanford, and that's tough for them. They're going to have to wait a long time.
And I think Hillary's going to grab a little shade here.
Yeah.
There's a little shade inside.
Yeah. Reminds me a little of Jenny Shishiraporn when she got iced out really, by Sari Pak with all her problems on that last hole. I really believe if Sari Pak would have played quickly in that Open that Jenny would have won that. She had to wait and wait and wait.
Stanford has 262 to the green.
Yeah, it might be a layup from that distance, but you never know. She's got to go for it, I would think. She's got to hit the shot of her life.
So Lunke says, I'm going to stand out here in the fairway. I might as well stand out in the shade.
I don't know where you are, Roger, but even if she gets relief over to the right in this area here, she's really got hardly anything. I don't know if she can keep it under the limbs if they are in the way and still hold this green, which is rock hard.
Well, actually, John, she's going to be moving the ball to the left, and she's going to have a clearing from the trees. And really, I don't think it's going to be an issue as far as keeping the ball down.
Okay.
It's going to be a tight lie from where all the people have tread. And, of course, the shade here, there's not much grass over in this area. It should be pitching up the green, but it certainly brings anything played at the hole or left of the hole, brings that collection area into play.
What a tough shot off that bare ground to try to hit it high.
There's a drop area in front of the board. If the bleachers get in our way, there's a drop area there.
That drop area actually is not for the monster board. That drop area was put in there if your ball went into the grandstands behind the green or to the right of the green.
It's got to be particularly unnerving to the players out in the fairway, Johnny. That final group, just wait, you get to this point, and then all of a sudden the brakes screech you to a halt. Trying to, keep the positive thoughts going and think about the shot, but maybe one of those instances you don't have to think about it for this long.
Really, really difficult right now.
Kelly Robbins, how you doing in there?
I think Kelly Robbins is in the driver's seat. She's just waiting to see if she's going to play tomorrow. She's not going to play any more golf today. And it will be an 18-hole playoff tomorrow, so they're not going to go into sudden death or tee it up any more shots. So Kelly's played all her golf for Sunday here, and she should just be sort of saying, hey, everything is serendipitous at this point.
That becomes an option to mention.
It's hard to believe that a ruling can take 10 or 15 minutes, so got to be a way to speed that up.
Well, if you've just joined us, Annika Sorenstam is +1 on her round today. Gave this par 5 18th a go and 2. Hit it well right, and has been in a decision-making process here about how to play her third and get relief.
Obviously, but your nearest player, Porter Johnson's going out this way. So I think and then the flush will swing away, right? so let's just deal with the last four and get you out here. Here's your one club length alleyway, and then you get one club length, closer to the ball where you drop in.
Okay. Okay, I have a question. This point here. Okay, and then we get our club length, 2, right?
She gets one club length alley,
Right.
and then drops within a second club length.
Okay, so that's 2.
Right.
So if we want to play,
But that
if we
board
want
is
to
still
play
in
a
the way.
shot to the right of this hole, which we have to because where the pin is, that board will still be in the way right here.
Well,
even if we get 2 club lengths this way.
We work
So we
on
need
straight lines. We work on straight lines. Okay, so
What about the way the course is playing?
well, as far as relief under this rule, you're working in straight lines.
Okay, so, how about this? Once we drop, when we tell you what our shot is, would the board come into play then? Because we're going to have to play to the
The
right
way
of
the
this hole.
screen sits, I mean, if nothing was here, I play to the right of the flag. That's
Right.
just automatic.
Right.
If nothing was here,
Right.
I mean, isn't that what the point is?
But as far as determining relief, as far as giving relief, it's straight lines.
Okay, so if you start with that, but my point is, if I'm there and I feel like the board is still in the way,
Okay, we take our 2.
Let's measure the one.
Okay.
Let's mark it too.
Can I get the ball?
Yeah, but let's just mark it. Okay.
All right.
okay? Yes. So now I have a club length from here.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
Move back about 6 feet, please, at least. Move back more. Keep going, move back, please. A little more. Get cozy.
15 minutes in this process so far, and we're still not there.
Back.
Where's Kendra?
Kendra, this is
Second cover, alleyway, right? Straight line.
So now you tell me I gotta drop within this club length, correct?
The ball has to strike a part of the course. Strike a part of the course within the second club length.
Okay.
we can move stuff or...
Yep, and it's one club, but you've got it measured here, but it's one club length in any direction. Yep, go ahead. Loosen patterns, no problem. Marshall Lewis?
The wait continues for the 2 qualifiers in the last group. And if they thought they'd seen it all in the week of this championship, they hadn't until they got here and put on the brakes.
They got to be in shock right now. It's like, what could take that long? Would it have been, David Fay, would it be good etiquette at this point with this difficult ruling to let them go through?
Okay, now.
That's a possibility, yeah, because this is, you're right, this is a very lengthy process, and it sort of reminds you a bit
Everybody's got it back.
like what happened at Blackwell Front.
Take your time. Take your time.
With Jenny Shishiro and Sarah Reed, that was a very lengthy
Keep moving back, please.
If there's a question about how long it would take, it would take, it would be good etiquette to...
Well, now, you know, it's just starting because she has a brutally difficult shot. You talk about the landing area is probably, what, I mean, it's like 4 or 5 feet she has to work with if she wants to knock it close. It'd have to probably land in that rough just over the bunker or just on the edge there, I would think.
And Johnny, I can't imagine there's really any scenario for her to have a good lie there. It's so hard packed. Easy for the ball to sit down into a little hole. There's not going to be any cushion of grass underneath the ball. This is right on the deck.
She pulls this off. She has hit one heck of a shot. She got to skin it right by that scoreboard because it's got a right to left break, right, Roger?
Absolutely. That was the discussion I think she was having. She wanted to get the ball further left because she was claiming her line of play was up the right side of the green. But I don't think the rule book says anything about your intended line of play. I think it's the hole is what is the operative word.
Try to hit it 50.
That's exactly right, Roger, and that's what Kendra was saying. It deals with the flag stick, and it doesn't deal with the wanting to, for example, playing it toward the front right. She's got it very high. It's not going to get up. It's in the bunker.
Did that bury, Roger?
No, it did not bury, John. She has a very good line, a little uphill slope.
She had 59 on there. We're signifying her unbelievable round where she did shoot 59.
Or maybe the 59 minutes we waited for the, for the ruling.
Seems quite nonplussed about the whole thing going in the bunker.
Yeah.
And you know, Johnny, if we were out playing ordinarily, we'd wave the next group up. It is different here in this championship because, let's face it, this week there have been a number of rulings, a number of long rulings, and we've seen a number of long waits on holes. It's just one of those unfortunate.
I'm not saying she should have, but they could have, right?
They could have.
You see the yardage for Lunky. She's got 287. It'll be a layup in there.
Jane, are you right there?
I am. She's got 287, 188 to carry the environmentally sensitive area. She's going ahead and play, and she's going to hit a 3-wood.
And there is tons of trouble if she mishits it. The environmentally sensitive area, a bank, bunkers, trees right and left. Needs to hit a good one.
As Lunky lays up, Annika Plain up ahead. So it's going to be a tough par for Sorenstein. After a 15-plus minute wait for everyone. I want to show you where Lunky's second shot ended up. Again, she had 287. And she's gone to the right.
Tell you what, Kelly Robbins got a shot at winning this thing outright. Annika could make bogey. Lunky could make bogey,
yep.
And that 1 under par from that record comeback could be a magical, improbable moment for Kelly Robbins. Really, nobody even thought of her name coming into this championship.
So Lunky in that bunker in 2.
Can you believe all the stuff we're seeing here at 18?
This has been a strange twist to a strange day. As you see, Stanford has laid up as well.
Good one.
So Stanford, you know, is in the best shape of anyone here right now.
Yeah, she's got 50-50 chance of getting to 1 under, and that would tie Kelly Robbins.
Yep, she needs to get that up and down. Okay, song for Eagle. So this to get to even.
Moves left. I don't think it moves that much left.
Teenager continues to impress in her 6th major championship.
And she's going to get a 5th place all by herself if she makes that.
It's going to be the best finish, Johnny, by an amateur since Jenny Shasiraporn back in that 98 championship at Black Wolf Run.
Yeah, she's going to look at that check. She would have won about $100,000 thinking, wow.
So Sorenstam has to make this to remain at 1 under and force playoff, perhaps. Remember, you've still got Stanford out there, lying 2. If she has any hopes of winning for the 3rd time in this championship, this has to go down.
Roger?
Well, just inside 15 feet, and putt will move a little bit from her right to left.
Moves pretty good right to left.
Quick look. It's Lunky's lie in that bunker.
The hardest shot in golf, almost a full short iron under pressure, but let's watch this putt. Moves about 4 or 5 inches left.
Sorenstam is going to fall short again at a U.S. Women's Open.
Can you believe
after a bizarre halt of play because of the ruling at 18, Kelly Robbins dodges the Sorenstam bullet. And now just a couple of golfers, the qualifiers, have a chance to stay with her.
It's hard to believe where she drove it on 18 that it would be a 6. Kelly Robbins, if you're watching, you dodged a major bullet.
So birdie for Song for a total of 285. And folks, that's the second lowest 72-hole total by an amateur in the history of this championship. Grace Park's 283 and 99 at Old Waverly, the only better effort than that by the 17-year-old. 5th place. Okay, so the final 2 left. The third now, Hillary Lunke from that bunker. What kind of shot is this, Jane?
Well, she's got a perfect lie. I don't think the lip will bother her because she only has a pitching wedge. 92 yards to the front, 15 on, so 107 total all the way to the hole.
Takes tremendous concentration and just fortitude to make a clean strike on this shot. It's so easy to hit it heavily and come up 20 yards short.
And she's going to step off.
Maybe those birds chirping is an omen. That's what she needs.
Birdie will win it. Par will tie it.
Stay right. Stay right.
And Hillary Lunke has hit a good one.
I'll tell you what, I'll clap for that. That was right at the flagstick. Look at her going, woo, I could at least be in a playoff.
And 2 putts from there to get into a possible playoff of Robbins. Let's not forget about Stanford, her 3rd upcoming.
That's true.
Stanford can get it up and down, get to 1 under. You know, hope for a Lunke miss. She's a part of the story as well.
That was quite a shot.
It was.
Talk about a player that's won a total of $69,000 in her professional career coming up with that shot.
Oh, that was a magical shot. Angela Stanford has 59 yards to this whole location, 44 to the front.
She's thinking up and down to get to that 1 under number.
Can't believe she doesn't mark that ball. That's of course, maybe she's planning on going right of that or using it as a sort of reference point where she wants to land it. Or 1 hop it. A little strange. Just got to go about 2 feet right of that ball and knock it in.
So that did not go in. So that means that Hillary Lunke is going to have a birdie putt to win the U.S. Women's Open. Lunke had to make it through sectional and local qualifying to just get here. And it's worth noting that in the sectional, she opened with an 80. But she shot a 73 in the second round to make it with 1 shot to spare. And no qualifier has ever won this championship. She's going to have a putt to win it.
Yeah. Reminds me a little of that Kenny Rogers song about this. Time enough for counting when the dealing's done. She should not be worrying about the gallery right now. Get that putt in, then she can do the smiling.
Played at her first U.S. Women's Open here as a teenager on this golf course at Pumpkin Ridge. Her dad, Bill Holmeyer, was her caddy. And before we get that putt, we go down to Roger Maltby quickly. Raj.
Thank you, Dan. With an obviously disappointed Annika Sorenstam, and what was a frustrating day for you. It seemed like you had so many opportunities early on that putts that went over the edge didn't go in, but then a big putt at 14, a birdie at 15, and after a good drive at 18, you got the table set. It looks like you're going to win the golf tournament, and then what you have to describe as your worst shot of the day, the 3-wood to the right. What happened there?
I don't really know. Was trying to hit a fade into the green, You know, I was shooting for birdie. I wanted to win it, and obviously I played aggressive and the ball shot to the right, and then, well, the rest is history. So obviously I'm very disappointed this time, but I gave it all.
The ruling was kind of a sloppy thing in that there's so many people in the area, and it was so hard to come up with the ruling. Was the length of time and all that it took, was that a bother to you?
No, not really. I mean, it's just, you know, we would just want to try and make the right thing, figure out where's the right place to drop, and I just took a little time with all the people, but, you know, that's just part of what you get when you don't hit it straight. You know, I still had a chance, so, you know, it wasn't just that shot. You know, like you said, I had a lot of shots in the beginning, and it's just the way it turned out to be.
Well, thank you, Annika.
Thank you.
Back to 18.
All right, and Angela Stanford has to drop this and hope that Lunky misses after that for the playoff.
It's not a hard putt. Be darn straight.
It's in. How about that?
Well, all the way up this 18th, we've been saying don't forget about Angela Stanford. Moves it to 1 under, but it's still in the hands of Hillary Lunky.
What a putt. She'll remember that the rest of her life. A lot of people also, but she had an easy putt, downhill, straight, the kind you want.
Look at how shocked she is. Stanford plays out of Shady Oaks Country Club, Johnny, in Fort Worth, the home course of Ben Hogan, the 4-time Open champion. He would have been proud of that gutsy 4, but
this is
still Hillary's championship.
This is actually an easy putt to 2-putt, but it's a little bit of a trick putt. It breaks more left than it looks. It looks like it may be a ball outside right, but I think it's about 5 inches outside right.
Robbins 1 under inside, tied now with Stanford, and this to get Lunky to 2 under and win the most prestigious title in her sport. Again, never finished higher than a tie for 15th in 27 career appearances.
Did she hit it?
Play tomorrow, 9 o'clock?
Well,
all right.
You could hear Kelly Robbins say 9 o'clock, playoff time. 3-way playoff between Lunky, Stanford, and Kelly Robbins. It'll be the second 3-way playoff in Women's Open history. And it'll involve the 2 qualifiers and the veteran Kelly Robbins. On a final Sunday here that took so many twists and turns, so many possible outcomes, and then with the halt of play at the 18th due to the ruling involving Annika Sorenstam, who just finished a shot out of the playoff. Another look at the clutch putt by Angela Stanford to get into the playoff. The birdie 4 at 18. The winner last week in Atlantic City. But nothing compares to the thrill of that putt. He's going to have a chance to win her national championship. And then the putt that would have won it, the birdie putt for Hillary Lunky. Just didn't hit it. Looking on, Stanford knows after the unbelievable birdie she made and the miss by Lunky that she's a part of the 9th playoff in Women's Open history. Playoff has been kind of the drill here at Pumpkin Ridge. Tiger Woods And Steve Scott went a couple of holes extra to decide the U.S. Amateur. And when we come back, we're going to talk to both Hillary Lunky and Angela Stanford. Tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern time on ESPN, the playoff to decide the 58th U.S. Women's Open. Kelly Robbins, after all that she has seen in the playoff tomorrow, has gone over to the practice tee to hit some more balls. It'll be an 18-hole playoff, three-way playoff between Robbins, Stanford, and Hillary Lunky, all at 1 under par. It was Robbins who made that big move, coming back from 6 strokes behind as she continues to try to pull off the largest comeback in the history of this championship. It's been done 6 times from a 5-shot deficit, but Johnny Miller can't help but use the word strange at the end there with Annika Sorenstam and the ruling and the way that Lunky and Stanford had to wait out there in that 18th fairway.
Wasn't comfortable at all. In fact, I didn't like it one bit. It shouldn't take that long to me to make a ruling with an official right there. I probably shouldn't say that, but that's just too darn long. 15-16 minutes. I know it's a double ruling, but should have been, to me, it should have been, here's your drop it, here's your other drop it, and that easy. But I think it could have affected, who knows, Hillary Lunky a little bit on her second shot, and she did a great third. But you know, it's a crazy finish, and it seems like to win something big, crazy things you got to overcome. And Annika Sorenstam, her making 6 with that huge drive, just 235 or 6 to the hole, just right in her wheelhouse. She's going to make par there at the worst. Should birdie it 3 out of 4 times or 3 out of 5 times from there, and ended up making 6, not even getting a shot this playoff. She's looking at those 3 players in the playoff, and she says, I could beat them with my eyes closed in 18 holes. So she's really feeling bad.
Yeah, more open disappointment for Annika, who was 236 yards out there after the tee shot. It took her 5 shots from there to get the bogey, and just finishes out of the playoff by 1 shot. Any special feeling you have about tomorrow? You got the veteran, and then you've got the 2 qualifiers, Stanford and Lunky, as Robbins continues to
a lot of it will depend on the hole locations. They were super tough today, and but it could be that a 74 might win this thing tomorrow if the course plays just like it's playing. A lot of pressure. These players have not really been there. Kelly Robbins has won a major, but she hasn't been there for ages, and you know, it's just going to be interesting.
Well, let's go down to Jane Crafter. Jane.
And I'm with Angela Stanford. Angela, what were you thinking about as you were standing in the fairway at 18 after that long ruling?
I tried to keep busy, kept walking around, not thinking about the shot until I had to. So we had to wait there earlier this week, so it was okay. We'd done it before.
And then that putt on 18. Describe that for me.
Well, Jeremy, my caddy, said it's just like that Cheshire Horn putt, that she, you know, just find it. And I thought, you know, I just got to get it going, and he'll break a little bit left. And it started going right at it, and I just couldn't believe it.
Well, that's great. Good luck for tomorrow. We'll go back to Roger.
Thank you, Jane. Hillary, describe what that wait was like on 18 for you. What was going through your head?
Oh, it was not what I wanted to be doing, especially when we came up and we were feeling the wind at our backs, and I had kind of hit a poor drive, so I wanted to be hitting that second shot downwind, and I didn't want to stand there and wait, but had to do it, and kind of hit a poor second shot. I hit a little bit in the heel, and was just thankful I somehow was able to get it up on the green.
Describe what was going on in your head when you were over the putt.
Yeah, I turned to my husband. I said, I have a putt to win the U.S. Open. I can't believe this. But he said, get the speed right. make sure you're not going to have a 3-footer coming back. And got a little tentative with it and left it a little short. But I'm happy to be coming back tomorrow.
Good. Congratulations. You have another chance at it tomorrow.
Yeah, thank
Back to you, Dan.
Thank you, Roger. She will. Don't forget, NBC's golf coverage returns in a couple of weeks on Saturday, July 19th with the Sybase Big Apple Classic presented by Lincoln Mercury. And a reminder that coming up next on NBC, except on the West Coast, it's an NBC special, Share the Farewell Tour, followed by Law and Order, Criminal Intent, and Crime and Punishment. So for our entire NBC golf group, Johnny Miller, Gary Koch, Roger Maltby, Jane Crafter, Kay Cockrell, the Golf Channel's Kelly Tillman, I'm Dan Hicks saying so long for now from the Witch Hollow course at Pumpkin Ridge, where 3 players will have a chance at this title. Kelly Robbins, Angela Stanford, and Hillary Lunky. 12 noon Eastern on ESPN. It all begins tomorrow.